everybody. Welcome back to Watch the Obsession True Crime live stream and chat. And tonight we have a very special discussion because we have Chris from the chat. If you know my girl Chris, and many of you do, she's been in tons of the Watch chats, and I talk to her about all things Watch all the time. We have a close relationship behind the scenes, and we have something in common with our careers. As many of you know, I'm a behavioral therapist. She has a doctoral degree in industrial organizational psychology.
Yeah.
And a master's degree in human behavior. So we come from a similar perspective in a lot of ways, not the least of which is understanding the lessons that are to be learned through, us as human beings, observing and studying other human beings living life and the relationship dynamics and the life dynamics that come up and the lessons there within. I know Crystal and I have both, spoken about at times, the Watts case being this really robust, material rich, real life, almost case study that whether, the people who created, the footage wanted that to happen or not, it's out there, as we all know. It's privy to the public, and how many people have found themselves just wanting to learn more about this case. What happened? How could this happen? About Chris Watts, about Shanann, about the girls, about Bella, about Celeste, about Nichol Kessinger, about Ronnie Watts, about Sandy Rusick. People are just so interested in this case, and that is us as human beings doing what humans do and wanting to know about other human beings. But the lessons that are, really richly embedded in this case about being able to identify and then handle the indicators of somebody being or going into a state of crisis, whether it be yourself or an individual or a group of people. We see that in stark colors in this case. And hey, YouTube, I just want you to hear this. Before I even started this channel, a lot of you have heard me talk about before, and I'm not going to go in depth into it, but I used this case as a lifelong true crime fan as one of the main topics for my capstone thesis when I was getting my degree to be a behavioral therapist. And Crystal, I want you to tell them about the course that you have taught.
I do. So a university here has something called winter term, where you have these highly specialized courses for just 4 weeks in the winter. Some people study abroad, but it's called The Dark Side of Intimate Relationships. It's a 200 level psychology course, and I teach it, and it is entirely around this case. And we thought it was going to be like a one-hit wonder. And we had 3 times the people enroll. It was still called The Dark Side of Intimate Relationships, but it would be another facet that I wasn't teaching. And I got a call that, like, we want Watts.
Yeah. Now, do you think the people that enrolled in the course, did you get feedback from them? Were they attracted to the course because they knew about the case, or did they find out about the case by virtue of your course?
So you have to think we are 7 years away at this point. So a lot of the students were early high school, at the 200 level. Many of them aren't, junior, seniors. I have a couple, but it is just the fascination with the topic and the different paths you can take. And I think, Kelly, that's how we got to this, like doing this together, because I watched your last video, and, it's like this sort of the ultimatum, and it's very around sort of Nichol Kessinger, who is the least compelling part of this whole case to me. Will be mistresses to the end of time. They were there in the Bible.
Right.
They'll be there when it all goes to hell. It is the entire ecosystem that got to this. And so when you start talking about like the countdown, essentially the ultimatum, and I feel there are multiple facets to the ultimatum. There were push pulls from either side. So I reached out to you, and I was like, loved the video, but what about this, and this? And if we do the last 7 days, what about the 6th? Because the 6th might have been the most critical day. So Kelly, was like, let's just do this.
Well, so now I just want to mention, I just pinned this comment. The Minds Behind True Crime with Dr. Vanna is also a doctor here who is also a professor. So maybe I need to connect you guys because I've spoken with both of you behind the scenes and you have very similar interests. So I just wanted
Mhm.
to acknowledge that. And hi, Dr. Vanna, how are you doing? Yeah. And so, when we were, gosh, we've been talking specifically about, like this kind of segment, this kind of just like countdown this really intricate timeline to what led up to the big question, like how could he have done that? How could this happen? And all of the ancillary questions we have, did he do it alone? Did he have help? Did she have a part in it? Did she know what was happening? Did she make him do it? Were there other people? These are big questions and they're important questions. So as Crystal and I talk about these questions, I'll sometimes, it's so good for me to be able to talk to people, all of you. That's why I love talking to all of you and seeing all of you and hearing your ideas and reading your comments. Because, I'll kind of get my theory and it'll sort of get, kind of encased in so and sometimes encrusted in my mind. And then Chris will say, well, what about, and I'm like, no, 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 no. And I'm like, I don't want to hear that. But then the more I think about it and look into it, I was like, oh, damn, we do have to account for that, don't we? The complexity just continues to complex.
Mhm.
So, we were talking about, I put a recent video out, the ultimatum, and it really deals with those final. Well, it's a part one of that. So it in the whole series is going to deal with those final days from when the Watts family, Chris, Shanann, and the girls returned from North Carolina, and that was on August 7th. And
Mhm.
the day of this horrific tragedy was on August 13th, so approximately a week. And I mean, the events that happened in that time span are remarkable, and they are all, I think, material to the eventual outcome. So, Crystal today, when we were talking about, says, well, I think perhaps maybe the most important day goes back even further. Maybe it's August 6th. That was the last day when the Watts were in Carolina, and that was the first day when Chris Watts got to actually see his family members, because y'all remember something called nutgate. I know you do. He was encouraged to not see his family. He didn't get to see his family. He didn't take charge of the situation to deal with his wife and also go see his family. Look at that however you want to. But that was the day when, that infamous letter was penned by Chris. So we're actually going to back up, going, before when they came home from North Carolina. And I'm going to bring into the stream a video I made a while ago. It's just like 10 minutes about that letter from Chris Watts and the things that happened around that time. And just so you know, sometimes, Crystal, sometimes I will turn my cam off, like when I'm playing other videos. It's just because sometimes I'm up walking around, feeding a bunny, telling my kid to be quiet or something. So that's why.
Okay.
Just
Follow
something.
your lead. I've been on panel, but I've never been.
Yeah, no, I'm so happy. And again, everybody, a big welcome to Crystal. I'm so happy to have her here. And this is like such a super special treat. So yeah, this is good stuff. All right, the lost letter, my friends. Here it is. Short note that was written by Chris Watts on August 6th. What exactly do we know about the short note that was written by Chris Watts on August 6th of 2018 that says, "To whom it may concern, if anyone gets this letter, I would never do anything to hurt myself or my children or my wife. If anything happens to me, please investigate my wife." And then it's signed by Chris Watts. So, what do we know about the timeline surrounding this letter or before this letter? Well, we know that Chris Watts and Shanann Watts took a trip to San Diego to go on one of those trips for Lavelle, selling that product Thrive, that product that they sold, from June 22nd to June 26th. And then Shanann got home to Denver, picked up her kids, her dad turned right around on a plane and went across the country to North Carolina, where she planned to stay through the middle of August. Well, we know that according to Chris Watts and Nichol Kessinger's accounts, at least, that they started talking in the beginning of June 2018. But it was that first night that Shanann was away from the house on June 27th that Chris Watts went over to Nichol Kessinger's house and stayed the night. After that, as we know, their love affair was like flames ablazing, hearts and sparkles all over the place. They were together all the time, staying at one of their house, or rather, he was staying at her house all of the time, and the two seemed to be inseparable. About a week and a half into the physical relationship between Chris Watts and Nichol Kessinger, from what we know at least, was the event known as Nutgate. Now, I'm making a video right now. It's in production. Now, and also, hey, Chris, if you really want me to stop at any point, I know you're like great with taking notes and stuff, but if you really want me to stop at any time, just speak up and I will be happy to stop the video.
No,
it's going to tell the entire story of Nutgate. So I'm not going to get into it in too much detail right here. But what we do know is on this day, Shanann accuses her mother-in-law, Cindy Watts, of allowing Cece to have some food product. The stories always change. That's why I'm being vague. Let's say it's vanilla ice cream, because I've heard that a few times, that contained tree nuts in it. Therefore, the assertion was that Cindy Watts, Chris' mother, Shanann's mother-in-law, the grandmother of Bella and Celeste, was putting Cece's life in danger. From there, a whole series of events started to spiral out of control, and let's listen to what Chris Watts has to say about this series of events.
Just felt like, I don't know, it was more anger than anything else. Like there was emotion to it at first, and then it just felt like it was just anger. It was just like, like there was no love there. We didn't know, like it wasn't ourselves.
Really? Anger from you or anger from her?
I think it was more anger from me and more like desperation from her to, she knew something wasn't right. Like, like when the whole thing with my parents happened with my parents called it Nutgate.
What happened?
Nutgate.
What's that?
The peanut.
Oh, yeah.
Or whatnot.
Oh, with her family?
Yeah.
Pistachio ice cream or
Yeah.
whatever.
Somebody call it nut.
I haven't heard that.
I haven't heard that either.
Yeah. That was like another out. Like, maybe I could have just like stopped everything and just kind of concentrated on helping like whatever happened there. Because like, Shanann had a story, my mom had a story. Whatever happened, I probably asked my 10-year-old nephew, probably can tell me what actually happened.
Well, and they both have their feelings for good reasons, and they both didn't see it the other person's way. And
yeah, and like maybe I didn't talk to my parents from then on until like August 6th. And like, my dad took that whole week off.
You didn't talk to your parents from then on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because like Shanann was like, do not talk to them, do not call them, do not do anything.
Is that what she said?
Yeah.
So based on what Chris Watts said there, we know that from July 8th was when Nutgate happened, well, to when Chris Watts arrived in North Carolina. He wasn't allowed to see his family, according to him, his parents. The kids weren't allowed to see his parents until August 6th. So what happened on August 6th? We know that he saw his family on August 6th, and we also know that this note was authored, according to the penmanship here, on August.
You can always change, but our love for you will never change.
Thank you. It means a lot to hear everybody say that.
We mean it. We really mean it. So that's what love is, That's what it is.
Yeah.
I really wish I could go back to Mom's porch.
I know, me too.
And just keep you. I really wish I could just go back there and keep you.
Me too, trust me.
I feel like God gave us that day.
He did.
Now, it only makes sense that day on Mom's porch that she wishes she could return back to, and she just wants to keep her brother, as she says here, would be August 6th, because Chris Watts had told us that he wasn't allowed to see his family until August 6th. And we know that the Watts family headed home from North Carolina to Frederick, Colorado the very next day on August 7th. So what exactly happened? what conversation went down between Chris Watts and his parents and his sister and whoever else may have been there that caused him to write this note and to leave it in his mother's care. We may never know. Leave a comment down below and let me know what you think. And keep on a lookout for that for something else. Yeah. So, what do you think? Something certainly that strikes me there is Jamie Watts, how emotional she becomes when she says, I just wish, we could go back to mom's porch on that day and I could keep you, like really makes you wonder what happened on mom's porch on that day.
Well, I think what happened on mom's porch that day was that they saw their son, their brother, their uncle for the first time solo in maybe over 8 years. It's the first time that maybe he could talk freely. It's the first time that he could be on the same page with them about maybe some of the dynamics of their relationship. But this day is super pivotal because it wasn't supposed to happen, right? If you go back and look through Shanann's text messages with Chris, which cracks me up because they're sitting in her house, parents' house, texting back and forth, we're going to go see mama. If you want to go see your parents, fine. The girls and I aren't going based on what happened, but I don't think she really thought that because of how he positioned himself after Nutgate saying, I'm going to take care of this, I'm going to get to the bottom of it. I don't think she really thought that he would go because remember, the grandparents were supposed to be in Myrtle Beach for that week. They didn't go, or they were there and didn't see them. So there is a text that she sends that I think is really like pivotal text to look at. She
Give me
sends
1 second. Sorry, hold on, Chris, just 1 second. I think that very well might be on my end. Let me just close down any extra windows I've got going on here, okay? All right, yeah, we should be good there. Take that down. Take that down. Okay, go ahead.
So I was saying, I think there's a very sort of pivotal text that she sends to Christina Meacham where she goes, and because I am me and I have all the pages of notes, she sends a text to Christina that says, I am jealous. I am so jealous that his family gets the best of him. And then 6 hours later, she texts Christina, he's still there. I just want to cry. And Christina goes, well, we hope he's doing the right thing. So just the fact that whatever reign that she once had, whatever sort of sway that she once had, just by him going and staying is enough for her, and given the space that they're in, to feel very unstable, unsteady, and unsure. And for her to be able to articulate, like, I'm actually jealous that he's there, that's huge. But I also think that day starts your sort of countdown. And in that day, and she also says in a text to Christina, he wants.
And I'm going to bring some of those up here too. Yeah.
Yeah. She sends a text that says, he's so desperate for them to love him, but they don't. He just wants to be accepted by them. So she understands what his parents and maybe his father in particular, like what that love and acceptance means for him. So for one day, and maybe let's say a decade, because they dated 2 years before they well, no, it was their 8-year dating anniversary. So 8 years, this might be the first time that it was like, oh, I remember when our family was like this. Like, I remember when we could, be our quirky selves, our, whatever their family dynamic is, without walking on eggshells. Like, he came home literally and figuratively. And I think that had a greater impact, especially given what he'd been doing the last 5 weeks, coupled with freedom, coupled with family and coming home. I think
Right.
that's a powerful combo.
I think so. I think that's such a great point. And we just have to stop the press because Kurt Stacy is in the house. So everybody give a big shout out to Kurt Stacy. So great to see you. And I hope you're doing well and that you're feeling good and healthy, my friend. So, along with, and it was Crystal here that was, reminding me of the importance of some of these, the texts between Shanann and various people, between Chris, between her family, between her friends, because I've read them all many a times, but as I'm, putting things together and building a timeline, I don't know, for some reason, I don't always include them and give them the weight that they should have. But it was on August 5th, 2018, the day before August 6th, which was our last day in North Carolina, that first day that Chris got to see his family. Shanann asked Watts, are you wanting to go to just see Mama tomorrow? Now, Mama is his grandmother who's in an assisted living facility. She's much older. She is the one person, I think, plus maybe there was one other person from his family that actually went to their wedding. They're very close. Or family too. Watts replied, I was hoping both. If not, that's okay too. But man, if not, that's okay too. I mean, I wanted to see Mama in the morning if possible. You wanted the girls to see her too, right? Shanann responded, does it say thrice? If both, then that's fine, but alone. If it's just Mama, we will go. Then saw her twice, and they saw her twice, and they can go again, but I'm standing strong with your family. You can use the truck to see both. I just need to know. I'm not going to be the reason you don't see them. So if you do, just go. Now, with all the love in the world for Shanann Watts, I'm not going to be the reason you don't see them. I mean, I think that's already a done deal at this point. Now remember, this woman is pregnant. She knows that her marriage is falling apart. Oh, wait, hold it. There was more to that message. Actually, let me just continue it before I continue on my editorial. Watts replied, I know they would love to see Mama one more time. I bet Mama would love to see them too, since she remembers them. Now remember, this is probably the last time Chris is going to see Mama and the girls are going to see, anyone's going to see Mama. Mama passed away not too shortly thereafter. I don't want to leave them without a car here either. Should I have someone pick me up at the nursing home so the girls can still see Mama? So, here I see Chris finally trying to, assert himself and what are his priorities, which he really should have done so long ago. And without, using fighting words, saying, listen, it's really important that I see Mama and that the girls see Mama, knowing very well it's going to be the last time he saw her. Then goes on to say, and by the way, I'm sourcing Footsteps of Murder. I've mentioned this channel a few times. Guys, if you want like an outline that's done like really completely and meticulously and didn't miss anything, I think she has like 30, 40 videos just outlining the timeline of this case. Go subscribe to Footsteps of Murder. You will not be disappointed, I promise. In 2 messages, Shanann responded, I'm not going to be where there's a chance. We will run into your family. I'm not kidding, Christopher. I'm having bad experience these last few days with my pregnancy and I'm spotting. I'm not dealing with it. Have your parents pick you up when kids go down tonight. Then do what you need to do. Now, also remember the reason she's having a bad time on top of all the stress is due to the narcotics that Chris slipped her when he got to North Carolina. Now, here is a text between Shanann and Christina Meacham. Says, yep, they will be with me, standing my ground. They ducked up, not me. No show at her party, blocked us on Facebook, no text for her birthday to me or Chris, nothing in 4 weeks. Put my daughter's life in danger, teaching others to lie. I'm not caving. I'd be the same way if it was my parents. So that's what she says. I have not canceled the ultrasound yet, but not excited and don't want Chris there. It's this Wednesday, which it was, which if you watched, and we're going to get into the ultimatum video I made, that was a very eventful day. And Christina's a good friend. Wish I was there. I'd go with you.
So Kelly, one thing to point out in that, notice in the text, there was a time box. You can go after the girls go down. So that's presuming you go in the evening, when he actually says, I'm just going to stay here with Mama. You take the car, go home. And his dad picks him up and he's with his family for, I think he ends up getting home sometime after 10. p.m. and was
Mhm.
wanted to spend the night. According to him, his text says, "Hey, the lights are out," or they had a power
Oh, yeah,
outage.
tell them about, yeah, they
Parents
were,
aren't comfortable. Ronnie's statement is that, hey, he wanted to stay, and she was like, "I'll come get you right now. Like, I will life flight in there and get you out because I'm not packing to go home." And he's like, "Well, hey, we don't have to leave till 7 tomorrow." But just as somebody, and I understand this as a tier 1 control freak, just to see the control sort of leaving, and your words not having maybe the weight that they once had, and him like, "I'm not going to go after they go to sleep. I'm going to go early in the day and spend the whole day." And, as she says, Christina, he's still there. And so, you and I I've said this before. We've talked about this. Nutgate, I think, is the tipping point to all of this. But this particular day, there was something that was ruminating in his head that they gave him while he was there. It could just be love. It could be old times. It could be memories. It could be, him not having to sort of toe 2 lines. Whatever that day was, he was like, "I want more."
Yeah, yeah, that's right. And notably, it shows in the discovery. You and I were talking about how in the Watts house they didn't have a whole lot of pictures, but they definitely didn't have any pictures of Chris Watts' family. And he, took all these photos with him. He took photos of photos on his phone. I think he either, it seems, this is just me pontificating about it, but it seems either for the first time in a long time, or for the first time maybe in his adult life, he really felt that connection to, and that meaning, and that importance of his family, when they were right in his reach, but
Mhm.
he was being kept from them in his mind.
Or trying to keep the peace. And I feel like I should always caveat this as, I don't think, I actually, I'm fascinated with Shanann because we Jersey girls, I see a lot of similarities, and I see,
Yeah.
you know, a lot of, it's very hard to talk about. There are things, should she be dead? Absolutely not.
Oh my God.
My biggest thing is the amount of times she talked herself out of what she knew on a gut level, in her head, what she talked herself out of in those
Yeah.
last couple of weeks, even hours before her flight leaving, telling Chris, "I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I don't feel safe."
Yeah. Yeah.
Those are her words to her husband hours before their flight left.
Yeah. And she told her friends she doesn't feel safe with him anymore. There was, and that's part of, we were talking about, part of the lesson always is, that deep down we know, when we strip all the layers away and all of the extra, and when that voice speaks up that knows, you've got to listen to it. Not saying that I think there's anything she could have done to, skirt around this happening or something like that. But I'm sure it's a lesson that Shanann herself would want others to learn from her life, you know. Yeah, I feel comfortable saying that. Thank you for gifting the 10 membership. So welcome to all the new members. Please thank Crystal for the membership.
Oh,
Thank you.
it's like Sherry gifted some, Kes gifted some. It's like gifted palooza tonight.
Oh, that's so nice. You guys are awesome.
January.
Thank you so much. And Kez has been a member for 15 whopping months, and Sherry's been a member for 11 months and is so precious to this channel and me. Thank you guys so much. I just want to play a little bit of this audio. Now, again, guys, this is the channel Footsteps of Murder. I give all the credit for creating this meticulous outline. I wish I knew of her channel and I'd communicated with her before, but I didn't realize the amount of amazing work she did, because if I had known a long time ago, there's a lot of work I wouldn't done, because she does it better. So I'm telling you, man, she is good. So she here is just reading some of the text between people. So we're just going to listen to her. And again, Footsteps of Murder. If somebody can put the link to the channel in chat, that would be amazing.
My back and neck are throbbing. Christina replied. Oh my God. Shanann said. Oh my God, I fucking hate him. Christina replied. What the fuck? Shanann said. Why did you get me pregnant? I thought you wanted another baby. What the fuck? Christina replied. Who is this guy? That I recalled you were the one that didn't. Shanann said. Why did you want another baby? I wanted a boy. Why are you married to me? Because we love each other. You can't look me in the eyes. It's midnight. Christina replied. First, you can't just get pregnant and expect which sex the baby is going to be. That stupid. And if he loves you, he needs to wake up and show you with all the fire in him. Shanann said. I told him I don't know who this person is, but the person I left 7 weeks ago would have answered differently. Why are you married to me? Because we love each other. He said that all he can think of to say at the moment. I told him why I married him and why I'm still married to him. Which took a few paragraphs, not a mutual answer. I said you love me because I'm the mother of your kids. You're not in love with me. I told him I think he enjoyed single life too well. And that I think he may realize he prefers to be alone.
You know what, man? She freaking nailed it. Like all these things here that she's saying, she's saying, I think he's thinking this. Like, from my perspective, what do I know? But from my perspective, after having studied these people in this case, I think that's exactly what he was thinking. What about you?
Yes. And like that's the thing. You can call it your gut, your head, the Holy Spirit. You can call it whatever you want to call it. You know what you know.
Yeah.
And go with that. Like, it doesn't matter how much your friend. And Christina's tone actually changes a little bit. Oh, even just over the course of a couple of days, they have a very interesting exchange where I'm like, Christina's playing 20 questions with her and Shanann just has to answer. It's somebody else, but she doesn't. Some of her other friends are, tiptoe a little bit more. But that is to me one of the biggest takeaways. If I could only do one thing with the course that I teach or with this, is like, when you say I don't feel safe, she's not talking, like there was something in all of this that said, no, stay here.
Yeah, that's not casual
No,
language. I don't feel
it's
safe.
it's not with somebody who's supposed to, be a do boy that won't harm a fly. Like, there's something that you saw.
Yeah.
Just, oh, okay. Let's talk about it. Somebody just said she tipped him over the edge. Do you think?
Shanann or Nicole?
Oh,
Shanann. Oh, well, okay, first of all, let's start out with this. Chris Watts is a gigantic piece of shit. There are not words to describe the level of piece of shittedness he is, okay? We
and it
all
was.
understand that. Yeah, and was, and probably always has been. He's exactly where he belongs. He can rot in hell, and, I hope, never mind, I can't say that because you two won't like it, but you know what I was going to say. Think of the worst thing. I was going to say it. So, yeah, all that. So there's that. So let's just get that out of the way, okay? He should have stood up for himself. He should have stood up for his wants, his needs. I mean, even going back to their wedding, and one of the things we ask that everyone does on this channel is to be respectful to the victims and their family members. I know their feelings about family members on both sides. I personally, and this is just how I want to be in this little community, because if there's one thing I get to do, it's to decide the rules of my channel. Please just try to be respectful to them. I personally think that all of the family members, Shanann's family, Chris's family, have suffered immeasurably. They are not perfect. No, they never claimed to be. They never wanted to be looked at under a microscope. Neither did Shanann. I get it. No, none of these people did, but here they are. So, I personally can't imagine what would keep me from going to my son's wedding. I don't think anything would. So, we can say shame on Cindy, or we can say shame on Shanann for putting in that position. We can say shame on Chris for, just I bet if he just would have said, listen, guys, this is really important to me. Like, we're going to get this out, but like, I'm your only son. I'm getting married. Please come to my wedding. I bet they would have.
I pick shame on Chris for 500, Alex, through all of this, because here's the thing, and I'm going through the comments so that we're having a real-time conversation. You teach people how to treat you.
That's
And
right.
in the first time you let something slide, like my parents are uninvited from the wedding and my sister's out, like you create a dynamic, and that, Shanann said in videos, we are great balance.
Mhm.
I'm the hard ass. He's this. It didn't work for him, but he also and acknowledges that he didn't speak up. And he even said in his interview, and I don't know if it was at Dodge or in the interrogation room, that he didn't see anything wrong with his relationship until it was pointed out by
Right.
Kessinger.
That's
And
right.
so it's sometimes you got to kind of get that 30,000-foot view. But
Mhm.
if he was being mistreated, you can be complicit in your mistreatment. And I say that,
Absolutely.
come at me, for men, women, the first time it doesn't work, shut it down. And if you give second chances, the second time it happens, hit the door. Like you can say she abused him, and she was rough. Even in where she was like, don't come home. This is my house and my name. I'm coming home.
Right.
What you going to do? You better call Weld County, because
Oh, yeah.
it's my house. But
I
but
know.
when you said it 50 times over however many years, that's why, like, it's about like healthy relationships and healthy boundaries. And he might have should have walked away sooner. She should have walked away, when she knew. But I think Chris is more to blame in terms of that relationship dynamic, even, honestly.
Yeah. Absolutely. Now, what do you think about this here? Laura says, and you guys, I know you guys want me to put up a poll. Edward, you brought it up. Tell me what it is. I couldn't catch what it is you want me to put a poll up. I would love to do that. Just tell me what it is you want me to poll. Laura Z, welcome. How are you doing? Says Amanda. No, there was some conversation there. Oh, because Amanda said that Shanann didn't teach Chris properly and some other things. And they did have that kind of relationship. And they both obviously, and getting married, consensually agreed into that type of relationship. But Laura says Chris had brain problems. Psychopaths have their limbic system well studied, and Chris is a textbook psychopath. Charm and innocence is part of how they trick people to adore them. Do you think he's a textbook psychopath?
Maybe, but if he's not a psychopath, and I feel
No,
comfortable as a professional saying
me too.
Chris is on the spectrum.
I do too. Yeah.
It, like,
I don't see psychopath. I see there are some indicators of psychopaths if you're evaluating somebody to see if they belong in that, elite category. Um, I think there are some characteristics, but I don't think he would meet the criteria. But I do think he would meet the criteria to be on the autism Asperger spectrum. Let's just call it what it
which
is.
doesn't mean that, and I say this as a mother of a neurodiverse child,
Mm-hmm.
doesn't mean that they're violent and prone to this, but they process things differently. And there is a certain level of anxiety that comes with certain forms of it. And there's a level of people pleasing that it looks different for different people. But if you're on the higher performing end of that spectrum, Chris, I'm gonna have to vet everybody my son dates, period, the end.
Okay. Here, wait. I just need to address this because, there's always something like this. Okay, if you're all going to bash Shanann, I'm out. There is no blame. I just want to be clear. Nobody's bashing Shanann. And I brought up your comment because I think that you make a really good fine point with, saying that there are certain characteristics of Chris Watts that would check off the box as you're looking for identifiers for psychopathology, right? But does he check off all of the boxes that would be required? Does that explain the whole of it? And I mean, these are things we have to think of all the time when you're looking at behavioral health, mental health, and trying to to categorize somebody as anything, whether it's on a spectrum or some kind of pathology or some kind of mental illness, is a big deal, especially if they're listening, and that information is going to impact how they live their lives and how they think about themselves. So my point in just kind of parsing this is to say that we can't take it lightly.
And I think I just said Chris is more at fault than anybody for all the things, for the dynamic of the relationship, certainly for his actions. I just said I actually identify with Shanann in many ways as a divorced woman. So I'm not sure where that came from. She is, they're both so multifaceted, and that for me is what makes this case so, this is why 450 students want to take it again. It's not because of how it ended, it's the journey to get there and all of the ways where somebody should have exited and didn't.
Right. And Dr. Vanna makes a really good point here, and I completely agree with this. And here's one of the things that is so hard for any of us to understand, and then go back to the question, what is up with him, is he doesn't seem to have any guilt or remorse, and he truly does not. What do you make of that?
That Dodge Correctional, the fact that he called it nutgate, you were in prison, dude. Why do you even know that term? It lets me know that he gets information fed to him. Mm-hmm. I don't see remorse. And that is what puts him on I think that's sociopath, not psycho. I think it's that puts him on that sociopath spectrum. The only time I ever saw him show any sort of emotion was when it came to Bella. And I don't know why that is, but that is both at the trial and when his dad spoke, when they spoke about Bella, and then at Dodge, when they spoke about Bella, was the only time I saw anything slightly human about him.
Yeah. And I think I know why that is, but I just want to address this again. I don't want to make this whole thing about this, but I hear what you're saying, Laura. Laura says he's 100% psychopath, no empathy for his children. He says he felt nothing when he heard her body splashing. Oh, that's not autism. No, that is not autism. That's where it gets hard for us to try to talk honestly about those things, because nobody's saying that being that much of I can't even think of a word that's strong enough to describe what a horrendous fucking awful piece of shit you are to do what he did. I mean, I have to resort to vulgarity because there aren't other words that capture it.
Yeah. And Laura, I'm talking about the way he lived his life up until he did the most heinous thing. I'm talking about what his teachers say about him, the characteristics that they talk about of him as a child, even the way Shanann talks about him. The way Nichol Kessinger, they both said, we can get him to do what we want him to do. So I'm not talking about the act. Like we're not at the act yet. It's about all of the things that led up to that not just the countdown, but his whole life. There should have been interventions.
Absolutely.
It's clear. And I stand by that as a professional. I can put my face out now because my work situation is different. And like I said, I say that as the mom of a neurodiverse child who I've now had in therapy for 2 years to deal with his anxiety, people pleasing, some of the other things that come with it. So, I don't. And if my son specifically ever did anything like this, it has nothing to do with you being on the spectrum. You're a horrible.
Absolutely. And then we're going to move on from the spectrum conversation, because neither of us want this to be taken the wrong way. There is nothing negative about somebody that has been diagnosed as being anywhere on the autism spectrum, like to whatever degree, however recently, to whatever extent. there's nothing negative about that. It's just a way of understanding how a person's mind, feelings, and functionalities work in life. There's nothing negative about that. So I don't want anyone to think that I or Crystal is saying that for a hot
Yeah.
second.
But it's understanding when it's just at a, and we will move on. When your brain is wired differently, you operate your day-to-day differently. My son needs direction. He needs consistency. Many people who are, consistency is a very important thing. And so, I think Cindy Cindy and Shanann remind me of each other, quite honestly. There's something in that. Even the detective said they knew that he wanted to please, what was that lady's name? Tammy Lee.
Yeah.
You
Or
know,
Graham Coder, like
they had conversations in the back around, hey, we want like Coder, I'll be nice. And like, we know he's going to want to make you happy. So even they saw it early on. So it's not like I don't want to connect his acts to spectrum, because like I said, I'm the mom of a child. So it's so deeply personal, but it's also my profession. And I think it's important to call out that this is likely a diagnosis that was not diagnosed.
Yeah. And Dr. Vonna says, I'm on the spectrum, Kelly, and she's a doctor. I mean, she's achieved, like, of the achievements we try to achieve in life, in our society. She's ding, 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 ding. So again, thank you. I really appreciate you saying that, Dr. Vonna. Yeah, I know. And it does get hard. And then Missy Ann says, I wish I could listen to you ladies without you guys having to defend everything you say, like through the turn the comments off. These people say, well, and sometimes I feel that too. And this is something Crystal and I have actually talked, is how to have these, discussions honestly, but with what we're saying. Okay, for me, I'll be honest, it's twofold. Number one, for the sake of keeping my channel healthy, there are certain things that you're really just not allowed to discuss on this platform that we're on. And YouTube, thank you, you've done a lot for me, but sometimes I do wish we could talk like adults, but also personally, having nothing to do with this being my channel, I don't want people to leave getting a wrong message or leave feeling hurt or less than or something, or because something wasn't communicated the best I could possibly communicate it. So it's always tricky.
And let's have a transparent moment, Kelly. I said, hey, Kelly, this is where I'm thinking. This is where I'm going. I honor your platform. I don't know the YouTube rules. I have the utmost respect for this topic because.
And I had to tell her, we had to have a phone conversation about lines you can't cross. I'm going to be completely honest about that. And would I rather be able to have an open, honest conversation with Crystal, because, I know that's going to be, it's just what we want to do. First of all, second of all, I think it's the best for everybody in chat who's listening to this, who's being exposed to the content anyhow, being able to communicate a sense of openness and honesty is always the best. It's never not the case. So it does really bum me out. But yeah, we did have to have that conversation, because that's, it's hard. But I get it. All of you, we get it.
Yeah. But never think I blame Shanann. Never think I blame anybody but Chris. My whole goal is to understand both of their journeys. I've done a lot of study into like Shanann's upbringing, Chris's upbringing. Like, I want to know all the things, and we'll never discuss it on this platform. But like, how did we get here? Because the understanding is in the prevention.
Right. Exactly. And going back to what we discussed in the very beginning, at the bottom line, the human fascination with this case is in the interpersonal dynamics. And, the importance that I know I see, and Crystal and I have talked about, we both see in it, is, what a stark indicator and what a good, observation or case study or kind of teaching tool it is for all of us, not for people below or what, for all of us, to understand what these indicators are of what it looks like when people are spiraling into a state of crisis or they're there. And then how can we help them not be there? Because that's really the worst place you can find yourself, or you can find someone you love, or any human being if you care about people, because that's where there's hopelessness, and that's where there's real danger of losing life and quality of life, and everything precious. So it's an important conversation. And yeah, I do wish that, we're always trying to find a way to have it with a greater level of honesty, but, always appreciating all the feedback. Really. Yeah. I'm not even going to go there. So why don't I'll bring in that, and Kaylee, and I'm seeing your comments. And after we talk a little bit, if you want to come up, Kaylee, we'd love to have you come up too. Yeah, I'm just gonna bring in some of that ultimatum video. If there's any particular part of it that you want to watch, I'll go past, like the intro and all that stuff, of course. But
Kelly, I think
just
one
break
good
it down,
opening
girl.
line, I think it was Mark Pickering, because I've flagged it, who said, I blame NK and NK solely.
Where Kessinger and her best friend Nelson are just shooting. Sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, there was a comment saying like, this is all NK and I blame NK solely. And I think she is, but I'm talking about how you have to have a fertile ground for somebody like an NK to bloom. And I want to talk about the fertile ground. So yes, NK is diabolical, and
there ain't no love for NK around here. Don't get us wrong on that.
She's so common. Like, she's not special. Like mistresses, there's nothing special about her.
Right.
She's so basic. She's so typical. But why is she the first mistress to say, I want to be in the first spot? No, but it's the understanding why it had the effect it had. Like, she is so fucking basic. Freaking basic. I can't.
Yes.
Even with her hot rod and bod shirt. Let's roll it, Kelly.
You love that. What is it? The lips and hips, hot rod and bod. Every time I put that on thumbnails all the time, and I think of you every time. I'm like, this is for Crystal.
I can't. I can't.
Oh, she is so basic. All right, here she is, our girl. Without further ado.
To me. And I'm glad that you're having a blast. I am so out of breath.
He's the best thing that has ever happened to me.
Bold Kessinger turned out to have information that I can best describe as being a bombshell.
This video is taking a look at the interactions between Chris Watts and his mistress, Nichol Kessinger, in the days leading up to the tragic murders of Shanann Watts, 15 weeks pregnant, her daughter Bella Watts, and Celeste Watts on August 13th of 2018. You better buckle up for this one, because we are going to be rolling out the facts.
According to Tallman, Watts told him that Kessinger gave him an ultimatum on the night of the murders. It's your family or me.
Was there an ultimatum? Absolutely, there was. So as we start to take a look at exactly what happened in the days, in the week. Oh, sorry. I'll go back. I just want to make sure this is on my better settings. It wasn't. Okay, sorry.
Tallman, Watts told him that Kessinger gave him an ultimatum on the night of the murders. It's your family or me.
Was there an ultimatum? Absolutely, there was. So as we start to take a look at exactly what happened in the days, in the weeks, and the hours that preceded this horrible tragedy that annihilated Chris Watts' beautiful family, let's take a look at the timeline that led up to August 13th, the day of the murders. On August 7th, 2018, The Watts family altogether flies home to Colorado from North Carolina.
Ready? Set. Hold on.
I love it.
It is on the next day, August 8th, that Watts deletes his Facebook account. It is also on that next day, August 8th, that Nichol Kessinger makes a Google search, marrying your mistress. If that's not enough to happen in one single day after the Watts family arrives home for the first time as a family together just for one night in Colorado, Chris Watts deletes his Facebook page. Nichol Kessinger Googles marrying your mistress. Oh, you just wait. There's so much more. Now, context here. Now, remember, so in the beginning, we played that little video I had made about that Chris Watts letter, to whom it may concern if anything happens to myself or my children, look at my wife or whatever. And it was dated August 6th, the day before the whole family, the Watts family, returned home from North Carolina to Frederick, Colorado. It was that one only day that he saw his family, that very emotional day where we saw his sister talking, breaking out in tears, saying, I just wish we could go back to mom's porch. I just wish we could go back there so I could keep you. So now that next day they get on I'm sure it was a tenuous, tension-filled flight home. Shanann took pictures of Chris. He was sleeping the whole time. Shanann was watching the children. They, touched down. Chris is back to work the very next day. And that is when all of this happened. So that's where we're at on August 8th. It happened on August 8th. According to the Geotab information, Geotab is a tracking system in Chris Watts' work truck. Chris Watts arrives in Nichol Kessinger's apartment at 3:09 p.m. He arrives at 12234 Ray Street, and his truck remains there for 2 hours and 50 minutes. 2 minutes after he parks at NK's apartment complex, he modifies Shanann's contact information in his cell phone. That's at 3:11 p.m. on August 8th. Nichol Kessinger lived at 12255 Claude Court, and Ray Street is right outside of the apartment complex. Both Chris and Nichol stated that he would park on the street and walk into the complex from Ray Street. He departs from Nichol Kessinger's apartment at 6 p.m., 1 hour before the ultrasound appointment with Shanann, and drives 20 minutes, which is 16 miles. So, do you want to know something that happened while Chris was at Nikki's apartment that day? Now, this diverges a little bit from the timeline, but according to the book Letters from Christopher by Sherilyn Cadle, Christopher says, when I returned to Colorado, I saw Nikki after work. I went to her house in my work truck, and she gave me a key to her place. I saw this as a pretty big step, because what woman gives another man a key to her place without wanting to take a big step in their relationship? I had told her that Shanann and I were going to get a separation and that the relationship was going to end. Shanann had mentioned the word separation, but she was still actively trying to fix our marriage. I don't know if this is the day when I received the key to Nikki's place that I realized I couldn't have my family and her at the same time. So this day was significant to Shanann Watts for different reasons. This is a day when they were scheduled to go to the ultrasound where they would find out the gender of the baby. Now, this day ranges in experience so greatly between Chris Watts and Shanann Watts. I'm just going to go through all of the items on the timeline for this critical day during this critical week. And you guessed it, the date is August 8th. At 7:24 a.m., Sarah Nudd, who's a friend of Shanann, asked Shanann if they were doing any better. Shanann replied, no, it's so bad and I don't know what to do. He told me he doesn't want a baby and he's happy with just Bella and Celeste. He thought he wanted another one. I'm so sick to my stomach.
Tried to have sex with him last night just to see if that would help him, and he rejected me. Shanann said she hasn't cried this hard ever. Shanann added, he said he feels like there's a lack of communication and it's not for me. I sent him 12 texts over the month begging him to talk to me. He fell asleep at 7 or 8. Shanann told Sarah, I tried talking to him after rejection last night and me crying for an hour alone on the couch. He slept. I kicked his sorry ass out of the bed and I refuse to sleep on the couch anymore this week. Told him this morning not to come home today, and if he can't tell me the damn truth and what is wrong. Shanann continued, we are supposed to go to the ultrasound tonight, and he doesn't even want the baby. He'd abort it if I said it was okay. At 8:06 a.m., Shanann told Sarah he said he's not having an affair. Sarah asked if Shanann was certain of this, of him having an affair, and Shanann replied, honestly, no, but what else would make him do a complete 360? We couldn't get enough of each other before I left. At 8:52, Josh Rosenberg, Cassie's husband, asked Chris Watts if he's excited for the ultrasound. Today's the day, right? Watts replied he just returned to work and added, yep, today's the day. I'm excited. Watts confirmed that the ultrasound was at 7 p.m. At 3:11, Watts made an unspecified modification to Shanann's contact information in his work phone. Now, it should be noted that this is right around the time that he would get out of work, and he did end up going to the ultrasound, but he was hung out with Nichol Kessinger after work and stayed with her right up until the moment that he had to leave for the ultrasound. At 19:25, this would have been shortly after Chris Watts left her apartment, Kessinger searched Google on topics related to marrying your mistress, as I had just earlier mentioned. That was the day. So that is going on while Chris Watts is at the ultrasound appointment with Shanann to find out the gender of the baby. Well, they weren't going to find it out yet. Someone else was finding out. It was Nicole Atkinson. It was going to be put in an envelope, remember? And they were going to have that gender reveal party. So this next item on the timeline would happen after Shanann and Chris went to that ultrasound. So this is how things went there for Shanann. So at 9:54, Shanann told Utoff and Cassie Rosenberg, he said that we are not compatible anymore. He refused to hug me. Jesus. Said he thought another baby would fix things. He said he refused couples counseling. Shanann elaborated. He said a lot of time to reflect on his feelings, Shanann added. He said he's going to work it out, but she didn't know how or when he would agree to counseling. Her friends offered support and suggestions to work this out. At 9:57, Josh begged Watts, bro, I'm waiting patiently. LOL, don't leave me hanging. Watts replied, LOL, envelope is sealed until next weekend. Josh asked if they were going to hold a reveal, and Watts said yes. At 10:19, Shanann told Utoff and Cassie, I will fight for full custody. Shanann said Watts told her he does not want to divorce right away. So whatever's going on there at that house that night, there's a lot of back and forth between Shanann and Chris that we will never know about. We will never know those details, but it's clear that there were very confused feelings, I guess, on Chris Watts' part. And definitely, he was sending Shanann Watts mixed messages. And also, I want you to note the hour here. They've usually gone to bed by then. I mean, this is like late for them to be having phone activity. Well, unless it was Chris with Nichol Kessinger, which was out of the norm. At 10:40, Shanann told the women, I can't afford 3 kids alone in Colorado. Shanann said their current home loan is on Chris's name. Her friends rallied around Shanann. At 11:08, so this is getting really late, Shanann searched Google on topics like emotion-focused therapy and couples therapy. So she's still hanging in there looking for an answer to their problems. So remember, this is the same day, the day that they were going to the ultrasound, where the baby's gender was going to be found out and sealed for their gender reveal party. Also on that day, Chris Watts deleted his Facebook account, very curious. And Nichol Kessinger, while Watts was at the ultrasound after he left her place, was searching for marrying your mistress. Now, what is
So now, okay, so just on that one day, on that August 8th, the day after they returned, let's see, I screwed this up. The day after they returned from North Carolina, which was coming off that day, that last day of North Carolina, where Watts finally got to see his family for the first time. It was very emotional. Obviously, there was lots of stuff happened there where he wrote that letter to whom it may concern. On August 8th, the ultrasound, where apparently they were going to be finding out the sex of the baby, was that evening at 7 p.m. Chris went right back to work that day, the first day home from North Carolina. Right after work, Chris went to Nichol Kessinger's apartment. I don't even know how he pulled that off. I wonder what he told Shanann. I don't think that we know that. But the geotab location information tells us that, and I explained exactly how we know that in the video we just watched. Then 2 minutes after he parks at Nichol Kessinger's apartment complex, he gets there at 3:09. At 3:11, he opens his phone and he changes Shanann's name and her contact information. And I will never understand what's up with that. We'll get back to that because Crystal and I don't know why that happened. And then he deletes his Facebook account on that same day while Chris Watts is at his mistress's apartment right after work, wedged in there before the ultrasound appointment. She gives him a key to her apartment, and then he leaves her place at 6:01 p.m. It's at 7:25 p.m. She's Googling topics like marrying your mistress for a couple hours, according to the discovery.
So let's go back to the text. There's so much, you know, Kelly, my head spins about the 8th and the ultrasound, but her giving him his key. Let's go back to the texts where Shanann, I think it was Christina. No, it was Christina she was talking to, where he refused intercourse the evening of the 7th. And she told him, she was like, I told him, get out. Like, I'm packing your stuff tomorrow. Don't come home. You know, like, I'm not sleeping on the couch. I'm the pregnant one. You get out. Yes, girl. Yes. But I wonder if he told Nichol, like, she may put me out, because the days are one day apart. And so I never realized that until I dug deeper into the messages, if that's what the keep is about.
Yep, I think that is such an awesome point. And I also think another thought that I had that I didn't mention in this video, and love to roll it off all of you, what Crystal just said. Yes, all of that. And also, you know, it was just at that time, it was just when, you know, Chris went to North Carolina, Nichol Kessinger was apparently like, oh, go try to fix stuff with your wife. But we know she was really like, okay, yeah, motherfucker, while you're there, why don't you try to fix shit? And if you do, don't come back to me.
And I'm going to send you naked pictures while you're fixing it.
Right. Naked pictures every time you talk on the phone with me. Like, here's another little biscuit. And here's another little biscuit. Do another trick. Oh, jump. Oh, that was good. Here's 2 biscuits. Here's a booty and a booby. You know, yeah, totally. And then he comes back, and she, even when she's talking about in her interviews, and she spends a lot of time in her interviews, once she finally realizes that they have, you know, all of that content talking about how she was helping him look for an apartment, how much time she spent, what she was doing. She's really trying to justify it, because we all know, and I've even gotten to my video about this. It started with my bombshell series. This is where I was going. But that night at the Lazy Dog, when there are some things that when we piece together, we get a really good picture what that whole conversation was about. So it was all of a sudden, when they returned from North Carolina, she was on him about his finances. He was disclosing more about his finances, and the discussion with her about, you know, looking for an apartment. He's like, oh, I'm not going to be able to afford this. I'm not going to be able to afford that. Nichol Kessinger was really getting on him about, you know, just always dogging on Shanann about her spending habits. Any chance to say something horrible about Shanann, of course. But I forgot where I was going with that. Oh, I know. I think part of what the key was, you know what, Chris? Because she didn't care about Chris's finances, or if he could afford an apartment or whatever. I mean, I think she did, but in like her immediate game was to win him, to keep that relationship, to maintain that, to get the wife and maybe the children out of the picture. Wife definitely. Then we're gonna have to work on the children's situation. So it's almost like, well, here's the key. You know what? Maybe you don't have to find an apartment. Hey, remember those bunk beds that me and my sister found so amusing when we were kids? You know how she talks about that in her interview with Kobach when her dad's there? She's like, you know what I would tell him? I would tell him, like, there's some great things about him. Like, yeah, they're going to have to share a room, but they're going to have bunk beds and they're so much fun. You know, she's like living in her little, thrift shop apartment. Look, we can put bunk beds right here. Yeah. Here's a key. I almost think that was an angle she was going for.
My question is, where was Nico that you absolutely knew about? You'll never convince me you didn't know about. Where was he going to go in this plan?
Well, she already had a plan for that.
Right.
She already had a plan for that. So Nico is as good as gone. In her mind, Nico never existed. Yeah. Oh, hey, Sub Rosa. You know what? I saw your email too. I saw that came out like a while ago. I thank you so much for your email. I appreciate the good looking out. That was just stupidness. We don't even pay attention to that. But yeah, so Nico was as good as gone as always. She did know about Nico from before their first documented communication, which was through email and in Darko email. First, it was a group email to Nicole and the guys, on June 12th. Well, as I said in a few of my videos, if you didn't catch this, Shanann posted about her pregnancy the first time on June 9th. She posted about, and it's a video that's on Netflix, where she tells Bella and Celeste, there's a baby in my belly. And Celeste is like, there's a baby in my belly. And they're drinking like little milk drinks, like with straws. That was on June 9th. She also posts about her pregnancy on June 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th, 4 consecutive days. So it is on that fourth consecutive day of Shanann posting about her pregnancy, that we have the first documented interaction between Chris Watts and Nichol Kessinger. And she is, of course, thanking him for the conversation that they had earlier. Honesty is so underrated in our culture. Saludos cordiales. That whole thing. She knew.
Mm-hmm.
She knew.
Which is why there was the flip out when the onesie, the same day Shanann posted the onesies, the Tar Heels onesies, was the same first time he had to talk her off a ledge.
Off the ledge. That's right. Same day. That's right. Same day he had to talk her off the ledge, because she says she went in the house. Remember, Dieter strong-armed her up the stairs. We kind of try to make that story funny, but that was the very same day. I think it was at like around 2:30 in the afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
Shanann, for the first time, posted first outfit for baby Watts. Baby Watts, obviously baby Watts, not Shanann's baby by some other man. Baby Watts, right? I mean, the proof was in the pudding. Now there's Shanann posting about the baby and then putting her man's last name on it, right? That's what precipitated that freak out, where he had to talk her down off the ledge.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then she had to help him with his macros, but I digress.
Right. Well, it's always macros when she didn't want to talk about it. Like when she went over there and on July 4th, when she showed up his house after she left, and would she talk about, oh, his My Fitness Pal app and chicken and carrots. And then it was all the same on, when they went to the Lazy Dog less than 36 hours before the family annihilation. Oh yeah, we were just working on his macros. Bullshit, you were. We know, Nichol Kessinger, because you might be watching this, and I know, and I take great joy in knowing. Don't worry, we're going to keep it up. That's right.
To quote the great Nene Leakes, we see each other.
That's right. Oh, yeah, right. I see you. You see me. Crystal sees you. You see Crystal. But you know what does not matter is that you see us. That doesn't matter. Lots of people are seeing us. What matters is that we're seeing you, and that's a great thing about it. It's all good. So what else?
do we want to zoom into the ultrasound and just the questions that I have that keep me up at night?
Yes, I think we should. I just want to see super quickly here because I feel like oh, wait. Okay, hold it. I just want to, okay, just about the pregnancy and the timing of that first communication. I'm going to play another like 5 minutes here and then we're going to go into the ultrasound.
God, you pulled this stuff up fast, Kelly.
I know. Tell Justice A through Z, I see you too. Tell us about it, Justice. She's always like, you're like a Watts encyclopedia. Yes.
You guys are so silly. Okay, let's go to school.
The most telling things that happens on that very eventful day, August 8th, 2018, the day after the whole family returns from their visit in North Carolina, is Chris Watts deleting his Facebook. And I am going to explain. When Chris Watts was interviewed from Dodge Correctional Facility in February of 2019, Dave Baumhover asked him directly about him deleting his Facebook. Why'd you do it? When'd you do it? Here's what he had to say.
How about your Facebook account? You deleted that at some point. When did you do that? And why?
I think it was, got back August 7th. Went to work. I think it was probably August 8th. That's when Nikki told me she told her friends about me. And I just figured, they probably looked me up on Facebook and see that she was pregnant. I think Nikki knew probably already, but I did that.
First of all, I want to note the last thing he said, that Nikki probably knew it already. I honestly had not heard him say that in his interview until I was making this video, and oh my God. Now, we all know that Nichol Kessinger absolutely knew that Shanann Watts was pregnant. She had known.
He's like, mumble. What he says there is, let's just hear that again with your own ears, okay? Because I had not heard him say this until I was making this video a few weeks ago.
I think Nikki knew probably already, but I did that.
I think he said, I fixed Southern, right? Southern wording, that Nikki already knew that already. They're talking about, here, let me just listen carefully. Try to work through the mumble. I dare ya.
And you do it. Here's what he had to say.
How about your Facebook account? You deleted that at some point. When did you do that? And why?
I think it was, got back August 7th. Went to work. I think it was probably August 8th. That's when Nikki told me she told her friends about me. And I just figured, they probably looked me up on Facebook and see that she was pregnant. I think Nikki knew probably already, but I did that.
First of all, I want to note the last thing he said, that Nikki probably knew it already.
He's talking about, just in case you couldn't hear the mumble, he had to delete, and he knew exactly when he deleted his Facebook account. Oh, we got back the 7th. It was August 8th. He knows that's the day he went over there. He got the key. He knows the deal. You know, and we know, Chris, we know. Luckily, you're behind bars because that's not a threat. I just have a lot of questions. He says, yeah, I had to delete my Facebook account. So this is another thing that happened when Chris Watts went over to Nichol Kessinger's apartment on that day, the first day they were back from North Carolina, the day of the ultrasound. When he went to Nichol Kessinger's house, don't know how he pulled that off. She gave him a key to her place and all these other things. He deleted his Facebook account. He says it's because on that day, Nichol Kessinger told him that she told her friends about him. And he didn't want them to find his Facebook page, not even to find he had a wife, but to find out she was pregnant. Then he says, I already fixed, I believe he says, I fixed, Nikki already figured that out. But anyway, that's what I did. What do you think about that, Crystal? Oh, I can't hear you. Did I mute you? Let me unmute you. Hold it. Oh, you got to unmute yourself.
I think I was sighing audibly, so I put myself on mute. Bullshit. He knew, she knew. they had conversations about it. I don't believe I want to give you your first boy. And he didn't say, well, where did that come from? And she like, stop. Like, we're not stupid. He knows she knew. And I think it became this is a tough one. It became a conversation between them, Nico, which is why they weren't, I think, actively looking for, there was no space for Nico to sleep in the apartment. Boy, girl, I think, you know,
they believe they had a solution for that.
Right. And you have to think at this point, even though, I mean, Tar Heel colors are baby blue. As somebody who went to undergrad in North Carolina, you can buy a ton of pink Tar Heel stuff too. But Shanann did not know the gender at that point, because we hadn't gotten there yet. So why are we, falling apart over giving you the boy?
And hold that thought there, because we're going to come right back to it. Stay stuck in that very uncomfortable, weird place that we can't.
I'm not uncomfortable. I'm annoyed. I just hate her. I can't.
I can't. Sometimes we just can't.
It's insulting. It's to everybody on your chat and anybody that thinks like, who do you two think you are?
Yeah, I know. And you know what else is insulting? That law enforcement let her skate on all this. Like, we don't know. Like, we don't see these things. Like, we don't read the discovery, all 1,960 pages of it several times over for years.
I continually get redacted in shorter. Whatevs.
And McJay, thank you very much for the super chat, girl. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here. I know Watts is your favorite. All right, I'm going to finish up this couple minutes here. I just wanted to see what you thought about his.
I just got an alert that from my Oura ring that my blood pressure, like that, my pulse is rising on my phone.
Discussion with Kelly and Crystal, sponsored by Oura Ring. Watch your blood pressure.
It's like,
I not heard him say that in his interview until I was making this video, and oh my God. Now, we all know that Nichol Kessinger absolutely knew that Shanann Watts was pregnant. She had known for a while. In fact, in the video that's linked in the description, the bombshell video, part 1, I lay out for you guys exactly when Shanann first posted on Facebook about her pregnancy, and how that ironically coincides with the first communication between Chris Watts and Nichol Kessinger, which was through email, on Anadarko email, on June 12th of 2018, when Chris and Nichol are having a back and forth about Nichol thanking Chris for his honesty that morning. She really admires that in a person. Now, the first time that Shanann Watts posted about her pregnancy was June 9th, and then she posted about it again on June 10th, June 11th, and June 12th. That first communication between Kessinger and Watts happens on June 12th, and she's thanking him for his honesty. And then, soon thereafter, their relationship starts with a bang.
But
interesting that when Baumhover asked Watts, why did he delete his Facebook account? Watts just readily available. He knows that it was August 8th. At that point, that was 6 months ago, but he knows that it was August 8th because August 8th, that day, and the events of that day are indelibly marked in Chris Watts' mind. And I bet he remembers almost all of the details of that day because it was quite eventful for him. Now, it's also corroborated through the discovery files that Chris Watts deleted his Facebook account on August 8th because it's the next day, early in the day.
So here I'm just going into corroborating evidence that shows that we know 100% for a fact that he deleted
or their relationship. And I can guarantee you that actually is true.
Let's hear a couple words.
But we're going to have to move on
the mistress
from that for now.
You're so damn sexy.
Thank you so much for coming out here with me, Christopher. I'm having a wonderful time. You mean a lot to me, and I'm glad that you're having a blast. I am so out of breath.
Let's take a listen to Nichol Kessinger telling Kevin Kovac, the interviewer, for the billionth time that she did not know that Shanann was pregnant, and then she's going to talk about the times that she saw Chris Watts after he and his family returned from North Carolina. And she mentions that Wednesday, August 8th. Take a listen.
So you guys never had a conversation about the child, period.
I didn't know at all.
All right. And by your words, if you did know, you would have ended the relationship.
Well, because it wouldn't have made sense to me that he's like, I'm getting separated. Oh, by the way, I have a baby on the way. It's like,
That's 15 weeks.
You are a liar.
Oh, Miss Kessinger, you are a liar. Because at this point, it's a proven fact that you knew that Shanann Watts was pregnant with Chris Watts' baby, probably all along. If you're interested in watching a video about this, I'll leave a link to that video in the description box.
You're just trying to sleep with me. That's what I would have probably interpreted that as, and I'd have just shut that off at work, and that would have been the end of it.
Okay. All right. We can move past that. The week that he comes back from North Carolina, you don't remember, somewhere in the first couple of weeks of August.
Yeah, I think it was the second week, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
They're coming fast and furious. I dare to say that is another lie because remember this interview takes place on August 16th, 2018. Nichol Kessinger knows exactly when Chris Watts left for North Carolina, and she certainly knows exactly when he returned.
So we'll just use August as a time frame. Is that fair? Because you know he left in July and he comes back in August. How many times do you think you see him?
I saw him a few times. I saw him this past Saturday. I saw him the Wednesday before that. And he wanted to see me more. I was the one who wanted my space. I was like, nope, your kids are home. Go hang out with your kids. And even on Wednesday, I cut it short. Like, he came and hang out with me for a few hours. And then I was like, go chill with your kids.
And y'all, our girl is on a roll because we know from the geotab information that Chris Watts was at Nichol Kessinger's apartment on that Wednesday, August 8th, for 2 hours and 50 minutes. I mean, I guess, is she cutting that short? I don't know. But that is the same day when she gifted him a key to her apartment, knowing how much that would mean to him. And she didn't have to kick him out. He had to leave.
I have to hold up for a minute here. All right. Sorry about that. I had to switch my power source and I don't know what happened from there. Can we hear Crystal?
I don't even know what I was saying. It's just raw rage. Except I think for me, if you go through the co-workers, the Troy McCoys, the everybody who worked at Anadarko, they followed Shanann on Facebook, so they saw the post and they had their morning meeting before they all dispersed, which would really have been his only time to really see her. And everybody was coming up to him, congratulating him on the 3rd. So you missed all of that?
Right. You missed all of that. Yeah, that's right. Because he does have interactions with his coworkers about
they have meetings like in the morning before they go to their shifts and breakfast, and that is when I think that, like, somebody announced, like, it's in, like I said, I don't know, Troy McCoy's name always comes to mind, but I think it was the guy who was like super emotional and crying, and I hate that I can't remember his name.
Oh my gosh, I can't think of it off the top of my head right now either.
But he was the one who said that they announced it, after somebody saw, Shanann posted it and they were like, number three. And it was a big deal. So you also didn't hear any of that.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's just totally insane here. I'm trying to figure out where I left this off here. It's just so many lies on top of lies. And you have to wonder, like, you think in an ideal world, I don't know, if I lie about something, there's going to be a reason, because we all know at this point in our lives, it just creates a whole lot of complication and it's probably not going to end. Come on. I mean, what exactly were all of these lies upon lies upon lies upon lies upon lies needed for? Like, what exactly were they trying to hide? Here, I just want to play a little more of this, and then we're going to come back to forum. Is that cool with you? I get the vibe, yes. Okay.
At his wife's ultrasound appointment that he barely made because he stayed at her apartment until the very last minute. Let's hear what Chris Watts has to say about the nature of his relationship with Nichol Kessinger.
Did you and Nikki ever fight?
We never fought,
Oh my goodness.
but like I said, I had to like calm her down a bunch of times. But a lot of things, like when she realized that, okay, like she's the other person in the relationship, that, you know, I'd always put my wife first over her, and that's what kind of made her just take a step back a few times, and then like I like calm her down.
Tell me about those times. What'd that look like?
So the first one was probably around July 4th when I had to leave her house because she wanted to kind of spend most of the day. She went to like a baseball game or something. And, like she kind of just made her like kind of take a step back and wonder what she was doing. And I just, you know, told her like, hey, you know, just because of what's going, like, just because I had to leave doesn't mean like, you know, you have to just take a step. I was like comforting her at some point. I don't even know why I was doing it. Maybe I knew I was too far gone at that point, but it was.
Mrs. Shanann's pissed. She's called you 10 times. You were sleeping.
Yeah.
You took your day off.
Yeah.
And then you go outside to talk to her on the phone and tell Nikki that you need to go home just in case she calls back and all that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what did she say to you, Nikki?
She was in the shower. She said, okay. And then that's like, when I talked about, I calm her down. She's on the phone.
And was she like, we're breaking up, like we're not gonna?
No, she said like she didn't want to, like she didn't think it was safe or it was good for us to see each other anymore that day, like the rest of that day, just because of all that. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Then she asked me to come over like later on after she got back from her baseball game.
Well, this is very interesting. Chris Watts talks about 2 specific times when Nichol Kessinger comes over to his house. She also talks about those 2 specific times during her interview. So let's just take a comparison of what was said.
It's believable to me. Yes, I went to the house, and the first time I was there, I hung out in their like front living room. I just sat on the floor, and it was on the 4th of July. It was the morning of the 4th, and I was helping him to set up MyFitnessPal app and like track his food, his calories and stuff, because he does pretty good with the working out and stuff. And he asked me, he's like, can you help me just like get this dialed in? It's like, yeah, I can do that. So that he invited me up to the house.
I think it's important to note that it's clear from these 2 stories that she wasn't invited up to the house, but she just showed up at the house after she was upset because Chris Watts left her apartment that morning because he didn't want to be there when Shanann called again.
I was already kind of hesitant to do it because I was like, there are other people that live here, and I just felt like it was an invasion of space. And so I went up there, and we just stayed in that front room, and I helped him out with that, and got him all set up with that. And then, he asked me if I wanted lunch, and he grilled chicken and carrots. And then that's all he had. And I was like, okay, so we ate, and then I left.
And so you did that?
Mm-hmm.
So what was the second one like?
It was basically about the same thing. She was, you know, I didn't really know it at one point, but I guess she had set up a couple dates with like some eHarmony app or something, and they never showed up. And she'd already made plans with me, and you know.
Wait, what do you mean? She set up dates when she had plans with you?
Yeah.
Why would she do that?
I guess she kind of figured out they weren't going to show up. She went, I guess when she went to the baseball game, they never showed up, and there was another one and never showed up either.
So she's actively dating other people while you guys are together?
So a couple of weeks later.
How did you find out? What'd she say?
It was one conversation where I actually kind of fell asleep on the couch, and then like she had told me like I'm not sure why she had told me about it, but it was very random, and she could tell that it kind of like took me back a little bit because I figured she would have told me that if she was actively still like looking around. I mean, she didn't have to tell me, but I figured
Do you think she told you though, so that it would hurry you up and
make a decision.
you're making a decision?
It might have been, but it's
Just in regards to this bit about eHarmony, I just want to play you a little segment from Nichol Kessinger's first phone interview with Kevin Kobach, which was on the 17th of August, 2018, where she doesn't seem to know anything about eHarmony.
Couple things. So one, I went back and I tried to like find whatever text you were talking about between my friend Charlotte and me with the eHarmony thing, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
And let's listen to an excerpt of Nichol Kessinger's interview in person from August 16th, 2018, when she's talking about that same second time that she was at the Watts residence that you just heard Chris Watts speak about.
Second time I went to that house, I'm not sure what day it was, but it was the weekend of the 14th.
Of August? July?
I don't know if it was the 14th or the 15th. One of those 2 days. But we had went out and we stopped there just real quick on the way back. And we were there not very long. But that time I saw a picture of his wife and one of his kids. And I remember thinking to myself, like, wow, she's so beautiful. And I like took a step back and I was just like, this man has a gorgeous house. He has beautiful babies. He has a beautiful wife. He has an awesome job. Like, why would he want to leave this? And I remember talking to him about it. And that was the first time that I tried to actually say, what do you think about not separating from your wife? Like, what if you really try to work on this? And he had expressed to me that we've tried to work on this and it's not working. So that is why we're separating. And I spent some time, like, just, kind of, because it almost made me feel bad, where I was like to the point where I'm engaging in a relationship with a man who, the way he described it, is in a contractual agreement, but was not in like an emotional relationship with somebody. And for me, the way I would have preferred to do this is to have waited till that contractual agreement was also done, and he was done. And he could have approached me and said, I'm just had a divorce, maybe we could take this slow. What do you think? But instead it was, oh, we're separated and we're working on a divorce. And that is the part that I feel bad about, because I should have waited on that and I didn't. And, I was just like, well, they're already there. So, but then being in that house was just like, why? Fix this. Find a way to fix this. Make it work, and I was like trying to push him to do it, and he seemed pretty reluctant to do it. He didn't want to. And I don't know, we were still seeing each other fairly frequently, but I kind of like backed away so we weren't hanging out quite as much, and we were still close, but it was just like I really wanted him to try. Like, I wanted to know that he tried and it didn't work, and then he moved on, not that, they both kind of tried and then he got himself into a situation with somebody else. And I don't know, I just thought he had a beautiful life going on and he could have made it work. That was the way I looked at it from the outside.
So is this something you reflected on since this event, or was this you?
No, I was doing it then. Like
you said, this doesn't look right. He's kind of, I don't want to be responsible for breaking up a marriage, especially with two children. Is that kind of the gist I'm getting here?
I didn't think it didn't look right. I mean, I think he was legitimately sleeping in the basement, and I didn't think that these two were, I think it was like, hey, we're both stuck in this house for now. We got to sell this in the meantime.
Okay, sorry about that. My bad.
I was like, Chloe, are you crawled in a corner screaming?
So, it's just a whole lot of Nichol Kessinger.
Hmm.
I don't know. So, what are some things you have to discuss here?
Again, she's not special. Two, she's fucking she's just lying, just lies and unchecked lies, which I think Victoria says something like, I wonder what her upbringing was like. I'm like, I don't.
Right.
Her dad sitting there next to her, co-signing her BS, unchecked on lies, her criminal, history always kind of thrown out. She's just a liar. I like, she's so not anything to me other than horrific. Call me when you want to talk about the ultrasound.
Yeah, no. Yeah, let's talk about that. Yep.
So ultrasound day, he goes to her. So that's on the 8th. You have to remember Shanann leaves out early morning on the 10th at like 4 a.m. So they're home for really 2 days, 2.5. What half of the 7th, 8th, and 9th?
They just got home the day before. Yeah.
Right. So they're home 2.5 days before she's gone again.
Oh, right. Yes.
And so in those 2.5 days, there's an ultrasound. The ultrasound has always thrown me. And I want to say this just academically. I want to say it candidly. I never understood the ultrasound because she was not quite 15 weeks. I think her week would have changed on that Saturday based on her lot code, which was a Saturday, which is why I know this, and I don't know my kid's social security number.
And actually, if
Sorry. I didn't mean to play that. Sorry.
Yeah. So Baby Watts' outfits.
Right.
14. So she would have been 14 weeks and some days. The ultrasound was at 7 p.m. It was 3D. So it was not performed at a traditional doctor's office. You would have gone to one of those, like, those kind of boutique ultrasound clinics, which really are for later pregnancy. Insurance won't pay for 3D ultrasounds. I
weeks too early to get an ultrasound to find out the sex of the baby. This is a discussion we were having. I haven't thought too far into this. It always has struck me a little strange that the ultrasound appointment was at 7 p.m., but who knows? Maybe people do different things in different parts of the country. But I hadn't really thought about it, for an ultrasound to determine the gender of the baby
at 14.5 weeks, when anybody will tell you, if you're not using a blood test, like the blood test, which you can do at 9-10 weeks, which I did with both of my kids, which is 100%, a sonogram blood test, a sonogram at 14 weeks to determine gender is about 60% accurate, to the point that most of those, and I've researched this, I don't say things I don't research.
Right.
I've called several of those sort of not vanity sonograms, because again, I happen to have 2 high-risk pregnancies and I got to see my kids every week, 3D or 2D, whatever.
Yeah.
So I get it, but they, one, don't recommend it. You have to usually pay extra for the gender, and if they can't see the gender, they'll give you sort of like a coupon to come back later. But you have to opt into that gender. But they recommend, if you're here for gender, 18 to something weeks. If you want to see how cute your baby is, 28 to 32 weeks. Otherwise, they get too big and too squishy. So I just think about, they had insurance. She had medical issues.
And why that she may have been high risk, so maybe was covered, and I didn't even think about that because she did have medical issues. I don't know. I don't know.
Why not do the blood draw when? So she did have an appointment because remember she had to have a confirmation appointment because that's when he was hiding in the fields with the tornadoes, maybe, and she took Bella with her.
Right.
If you and remember what triggers this sort of 5-alarm fire is that she had a doctor's appointment on the 13th. So if you haven't seen the doctor for however many weeks she was gone and you had an appointment on the 13th, yes, Justice A to Z, they can tell the gender is early, but that is via blood test. It is not via ultrasound. I'm really super solid in that one. I found out both of my kids' gender. I was just telling Kelly 10 weeks, 5 days with one, 11 weeks, 3 days with the other, but it was based on a blood test. It was not based on an ultrasound. And like I said, those places, it costs money and it's very expensive. So if you are giving Chris sort of grief about parking at the airport because it's an extra $120, would you pay for that for a maybe gender at 14 weeks? Because nobody promised you they could tell you the gender at 14 weeks. When you have an appointment 5 days later, it's the difference between the 8th and the 13th, a boutique sort of ultrasound place and your actual doctor. I can't make sense of it. And maybe there's nothing there. But it's just something that has just always stuck in my craw, like 14 weeks and some days. If you're going to find out the gender via ultrasound, why would you do it when you can get it at a 60-70% accuracy?
Yeah. Miss Tree says they have a gender package that doesn't cost much. I can see her wanting
Right.
to keep that.
So the gender package is, if we can't tell you the gender, you come back and get it for free. Look at all of them. Look at 14 to 17 weeks and see when you opt into the gender package, the reason you have to get that package is because there's a part B if we can't tell you.
Right. Yeah. And so Kylie, you said you were pregnant at her age. Was it considered high risk? I know I was 29 when I had my son, and it always
high risk 35, 36.
35, okay.
I was geriatric whatever the word is, but I just saw geriatric and died. But maybe because of her lupus and her other issues, she could have been considered high risk, but then how could she go to North Carolina? Because I could not. I had my first baby at 33, my second at 36, and I was there every other week, the whole pregnancy.
Yeah. And I know that this is a question, and the weird, the thing about it is, it's like almost seems like, hey, Crime Science, how are you doing? It seems like, at this time there was, like I had, when I was playing some of Footsteps of Murder, that video where she so beautifully does all those, timelines, and I was specifically playing a part earlier that said, here, let's back up a little on this, because let me find it. Okay, whoops, let me just get these words here. Between Shanann and her friends.
And while you look it up, I'll just say to the comments, I understand her wanting to find out as quickly as possible, especially to keep Chris. Why not go the route that insurance pays for, that she could most certainly, as somebody with lupus and her other issues, get insurance to pay for? That is 100% versus a boutique clinic, which at 14 weeks gives you a coupon to come back if they can't figure it out, and only promise 60 to 85% accuracy.
Yeah. And let's see, hold it. Yeah. And then, in this text exchange, I'm trying to find exactly where it was now. She's asking, she's questioning Chris, like, what the frick? How can you be like treating me like this? What's going on? I thought you wanted another baby. And he says, well, I wanted a boy. Then there's NK coming in saying, I want to give you your first son. And like, there's just so much of this around, Chris wanting to have a son and people want, I don't know. It's just I'm not really even sure what to say about it. I'm not sure what I think.
I think Miss Tree says getting a doctor's appointment takes time. Well, she had an appointment in 5 days, and doctor's bills are expensive AF to even with insurance. Well, she talks about the quality of Chris's insurance in North Carolina, as to why she wouldn't go to the doctor for I think she was dehydrated. But those clinics are expensive. Like those boutique clinics are hundreds of dollars. I'm not there. All I'm saying is it sticks with me, and I don't get it. I don't get it when you could be totally sure and it covered by insurance versus here's a key if we can't tell because it's so early. And the earliest you can go to any of those are 14 weeks because it's transvaginal before that. So she went almost as early as you could. And they tell you just Google ultrasound clinics 43D near me and look at what they say about 14 to 17 weeks.
Yeah, totally. No, we will definitely do that. And Kylie says, I'm with Crystal. There's nothing mandatory about that ultrasound. And so here, let me go back to that Footsteps of Murder video, just playing these couple of text messages where she's talking about, or she's directly asking Chris about, well, hey, you wanted this baby too, right? So let me just switch it up here. Okay, and again, this is Footsteps of Murder. Such a great channel.
Thought I was done. He said I'm gonna go sleep with girls, leaving me to sleep on the ducking couch. My fucking back. I sat up last night and held Celeste because of an ear infection. My back and neck are throbbing. Christina replied. Oh my god. Shanann said. Oh my god, I fucking hate him. Christina replied. What the fuck? Shanann said. Why did you get me pregnant? I thought you wanted another baby. What the fuck? Christina replied. Who is this guy? That I recalled you were the one that didn't. Shanann said. Why did you want another baby? I wanted a boy. Why are you married to me? Because we love each other. You can't look me in the eyes. It's midnight.
Okay, so she's saying to
I wanted a
why
boy.
did you want to have a baby? I wanted a boy. Like, so she's doing the question and the response like for him. I get what she's saying. So, right. So they're just, there was a lot around there being a baby boy Watts. Yeah.
Well, let's go to my trusty notes because before there was an ultrasound, they had a conversation on the 7th when they came back, and she said to him, you used me to get a boy. And he said, I didn't use you, because that's when he told her, I'm scared about a third. I don't want another. And she's like, but you asked for this. And she says to him in a text, you used me to get a boy before.
Right. Yeah.
It's very odd.
That's right. That's really weird. Yeah, that's right. I remember that being said.
Mm-hmm. And that was the evening. They had tough conversations. The 7th coming home after the ultrasound on the 8th, and the 9th is where she got some optimism before leaving on the 10th. I've pieced together all of the threads, but it was on the evening of the 7th before the ultrasound on the 8th where she said, you used me for a boy.
Right. Yeah.
What if it ain't a boy? Because you don't know yet.
Yeah.
It could be something. It could be. It's just something that sticks with me. how much and how much it didn't matter in the end.
Right, right. I mean, my gosh, just I know. Yeah,
But
but you know,
how
that's
much
a question a
weight was
lot of
placed
people
on
have
that?
brought up like over the years since I've had this channel. And I guess I, you know, I never put myself in the frame of mind to think about it, but I think of like, you know, some strange things like, you know, just like random things like 7 o'clock ultrasound is kind of strange. I could be totally wrong about that. Maybe that's the, you know, most common time for, but I don't think it is, but you know, there are some things that just make you go, I guess, you know?
I mean, the fact that it was, they're not, unless something is, you're not getting a 3D ultrasound at 13, 14 weeks. And I had the highest of highest risk pregnancies, and not just because of my age. It needed to be a boy.
Yeah. 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 Sub Rosa says, I think it staged her announcement to Chris. Yeah, I mean, but then I do want to just say here, who just said this? Victoria said, poor Shanann pregnant and Chris watched torturing her mentally. Like
100%.
let's not forget at the you know, at the heart of it all, that is there, and nobody denies that. My God.
I don't know if he figured out the code, or if I still will always say, Kelly, you're gonna kick me off your channel and never let me back. I always say Chris was in Nicole. There were drugs. There was something a part of that relation.
Oh yeah,
something other than sex 5 times a day. There was something else other than the brown bikini. But I think that he was torturous. I mean, everything that he thought she ever did to him, every infraction, he wanted to pay it tenfold towards the end.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I'm sorry, Glorias. I will tell Kessinger. I will give that message to Kessinger. Oops. Hi, honey. Let's see. I lost my place here. Yeah, definitely. Do you mind if I know Kylie wants to come up? Would you mind if I bring Kylie up when she's ready?
No.
My friend? Okay, cool. Let's see. Yeah, he was just horrible. I mean, you know, we say it a million times. I mean, obviously, Justice A through Z agrees with you, Chris like Chris. Yes, and there's that too, Susan. Hey, Susan Peterson, how are you doing?
One day I can drop the like Chris on this channel, but people, when they see that, they think it's cries, and I'm like, nope, not.
Oh yeah, yeah. So let's see. Are you ready for the link, Kylie? I'll just put it up for you in case you are. Okay, I'm going to play a little more of this video here. Well, I'm just going to play the rest of this Footsteps for Murder video, kind of because, you know, I had like that little flu fever thing. I'm starting to feel like a little like worn down right now, so I don't want to talk too much more, but I'm going to play this for a little bit while we're waiting for Kylie to come up because I think it's interesting. Again, this is Footsteps of Murder. Great channel for this case.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you married to me? Because we love each other. You can't look me in the eyes. It's midnight. Christina replied. First, you can't just get pregnant and expect which sex the baby is going to be that stupid. And if he loves you, he needs to wake up and show you with all the fire in him. Shanann said. I told him I don't know who this person is, but the person I left 7 weeks ago would have answered differently. Why are you married to me? Because we love each other. He said that all he can think of to say at the moment. I told him why I married him and why I'm still married to him. Which took a few paragraphs, not a mutual answer. I said you love me because I'm the mother of your kids. You're not in love with me. I told him I think he enjoyed single life too well. And that I think he may realize he prefers to be alone. He's not in love with me. A person still madly in love can find what to say. He responded, I don't want to lose the kids. I walked away in tears since I couldn't take anymore. If you are done, don't love me, don't want to work this out, not happy anymore and only staying because of kids, I need you to tell me. Christina replied. What he said? Shanann said. Nothing, he's probably sleeping. Christina replied. Oh yeah, it's late there. You need to go sleep too, Mama. Shanann said. I walked away sent 15 minutes later. He's obviously not in it. He's not fighting. He's not in love. He's checked out. I can't sleep. Christina replied. That's hard. You can love someone and not being in love, it's a hard situation. You can work on being in love again, that's what I've been doing. Cassie Rosenberg said Shanann sent her the texts that she said she had sent to Chris about the incident in North Carolina between her and his parents about their children. Shanann is not sorry for what she said to his mother and says that she loves her kids. She also addresses the distance between her and Chris in the text. Shanann sent Cassie what she texted Chris in the middle of the night. Cassie asked what Chris said. Shanann said he said nothing, and then she said he replied that he loves the kids. He asked Shanann if the kids could see his parents and she told him no. She said she is standing her ground. She said they have not made contact in 4 weeks, no show for her party and said nothing for her birthday. Cassie expressed that she is shocked that Chris had not said a word about what she said to him, and that he needs to open up and talk to Shanann about everything, clear the air and work on it and then work on the issue with his parents. Shanann says she has been trying to talk to him for 4 days and he has not said anything in return. She says it is okay. Cassie asks if that is really what she and he wants. Shanann says it is not, but she also is not going to live like this. She is not going to be ignored and not loved. She says he is going to his parents tomorrow. Cassie suggests they talk with someone when they get home, as throwing away what they have together is not okay. Shanann says she cannot and will not fight alone. She needs a man that has the balls to protect his family, even when it comes to his own blood. She said he is a totally different person from the guy she has known for 8 years. Said she would not change a thing and calls herself a saint for not telling his mom that she is a narcissist stupid bitch, and just said they were done and never coming back. They discussed that they will see each other Friday and will split the room price. Part 9. Coming soon.
Okay, sorry about that. Here, Crystal, I have to just restart this really quick. So go ahead and say whatever you'd like to say for a moment here, and we'll be able to hear you.
I have nothing. I have nothing.
Okay, there we go. So, yeah. Oh, and we've got Kylie backstage too. So I'm going to go ahead and bring Kylie up and see what Kylie has. I know she was really interested in talking with you and chatting on these comments.
Not talking with me, talking on the platform.
Talking on the platform. You're like, take the pressure off. Here we go. Talking on the platform. Hey, Kylie, how's it going, girl? Oh, Kylie. Kylie. We'll see if she may have been sent back there for a little bit. My screen wasn't on, so I'm not sure. So
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hi.
Yes.
Hi. Hi.
Welcome. How you doing?
I'm in. I'm good. How are you?
Good. So what are you thinking about?
Oh man, where do you want to begin? Okay, so we were talking about the ultrasound, right?
Yes.
Right.
Definitely think that, I mean, I call it fluff almost. I don't think it was mandatory.
Mm-hmm.
I know that it is very expensive, and you're calling it a boutique, almost like a boutique ultrasound place.
Yeah, it's not like a doctor's office.
But I'm wondering, and I don't want anybody to get upset at me for this, but if we're to put in to play what we know about Shanann and the image of it all, I just feel like that was something to display. Does that make sense? Without sounding.
It makes perfect sense if it gives you your end result. But what happens when you get there and they don't, and they tell you it's too soon?
Wait, say that one more time.
I said it makes perfect sense. Where I've sort of get tripped up is, one, you could have found out sooner via blood test before you went to North Carolina under your insurance, and two, what happens if you get there and they can't tell you the gender because it's too soon and give you the coupon?
You're right. Yes, yes. And does anybody have any information on how her diagnoses played a part into the pregnancy? Was she considered high risk because of the lupus? Because of, didn't we hear a couple of times that she had high blood pressure? Was that something that we heard?
Low blood sugar, I thought that
low blood sugar.
You were saying.
Now I know with high risk pregnancies, sometimes they do require a couple extra ultrasounds just to make sure everything's okay.
Oh, I had 2 high risk. I was in the hospital for the last 10 weeks of my first pregnancy, high risk my second, and I had ultrasounds every 2 to 3 weeks. And I was in the 2 to 4 weeks. And if things look good at 2 weeks, it would be 4. But I could never not go 6 weeks without going to the doctor. That was absolutely no.
So that would be the only other scenario that I could think of as to why. But there is another ultrasound that we have seen, right? There's a 2D one, correct?
Yes, the confirmation one. And she took Bella because Chris was hiding in the fields from the tornadoes. So that was June 19th or something like that. That was to confirm the pregnancy.
Yes, we're talking about the ultrasound, by the way. Yeah. There was an appointment. She had an appointment in, it was in June. I feel like I want to say. Oh, June 19th, okay, yeah. And Chris didn't go to that appointment because he was, facing a tornado or something, which makes a lot of people wonder, was he seeing Nichol Kessinger even then?
He was in the field, Kelly.
What's that, sweetie?
He had to go hide in the field.
Yeah, that's right. He had to go hide in the barren field in the Colorado Plains. Yeah. And I'm sorry. And I don't know, what was your question, Kylie? Oh, I can't hear now. And here's the thing, with Chris, and always, of course, goes back to this, all of this, with Shanann and Nichol Kessinger, it seems like, giving Chris Watts the son was such a big deal. And then an irony isn't even the word for it. And look at the outcome of this situation. He annihilates his family and all of this effort to give him, it's just so disgusting.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Could I kind of switch gears here? We're still talking Watts, but
yeah,
something happened pretty interesting this week, and I wanted to share it, and maybe some of you are familiar or have heard about this, but so there's another creator that I follow who reacts to everybody's content on the Watts case. I know that he's reacted to many of your videos, Kelly. Maybe that's even how I found you. I'm not really sure. But so a couple days ago, he does one every single day. And a couple of days ago, he was reacting to a video from J is for Justice, I believe. And she was counting down just the top 10 WTF moments from the case.
Sure.
And one of them was an interview from one of the neighbors, and it's not Betty. It's the group of neighbors that had seen somebody throw a beer can out of a truck. Does anybody know, or does everybody know what I'm talking about? There's 3 people standing on a porch, and they're talking about how there was a truck, and they saw somebody throw a beer can out the window, and I don't know if there was some other ruckus that had taken place.
I don't even know what you're talking about, actually.
Oh, what? Wait, okay. Well,
just back it up a
okay.
little bit, or maybe I'm
Yes.
not. Okay.
Okay. So when they were canvassing the neighborhood,
okay.
There's some body cam footage that we've seen of a couple of different neighbors besides Betty.
Mm-hmm.
That's her name, right? Betty, not Betsy. It's
yes,
Betty.
Yes, Betty, yeah.
And there was a group of people, I'm not sure exactly where they lived in relation to the Watts house, but close. And they shared that they had seen a suspicious truck. Once again, another suspicious truck.
Right.
Also gray, hits all of the check marks as far as NK's truck. And they give the police an actual license plate number. So I don't know how or what exactly what program the YouTube creator was able to go into, but he took that.
Oh, I can't hear you now, girl.
Sorry, hello?
It's okay. Gotcha.
My phone keeps turning off. Okay, so anyways, he puts this license plate 2 days ago. I mean, this was 2 days ago into this search engine.
Okay.
And it pings and matches to NK's car, our truck, that truck.
What?
Okay, now this is even crazier. So then yesterday, because again, he posts something every single
minute. Wait a minute. From where did we obtain this license plate? It's from the body cam video?
It's from body cam.
You're telling me you haven't done this yet? Okay, we're gonna find it. We're gonna find it now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, this gets crazier. This gets weirder. So then yesterday, he is going to react to the second part of this video, but he's dumbfounded because 2 days ago, when he put in the license plate number, he was able to match it to a truck that is similar to NK's. Then yesterday, when he went to go put that information in, he gets an error screen saying this information is no longer available. I mean, this happened within 24 hours. So he kept putting it in over and over again yesterday, and he has the information, saved, I'm sure, from 2 days ago. Well, he does have it because he has it on a video. And now, all of a sudden, all of that information is completely wiped from where he found it. And he was speculating and wondering if there was some type of cover-up happening in real time, if that makes sense.
I think so.
This is crazier seeing it, happen than I am explaining it. But basically, what it's implying.
We're gonna do as a Wokey, and we're gonna bring that video in, and we're gonna watch it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I didn't know if I could say names or not. I wanted to make sure that. Okay, so yes, Wokey, it was his video, so it's 2 days ago.
NK caught in the act, but who is removing the clues? Is that the one?
Yes, who is removing the clues? And actually, he addresses it.
Days before, and it says, NK, you're caught.
Yes, so that was the video, both of them. So that was the video where he actually puts in the license plate, and he's able to match it. And I don't know where he was doing that as far as what search engine, whatever it was something official, and he was able to match it. Then yesterday, all of a sudden, that information is completely gone.
Now, at the end of this video, and the end of the first video, did he come to that conclusion that it was NK's?
Yes.
All right.
It's pretty wild.
Well, here, you ladies just talk for a minute. I'm gonna eyeball through his transcript so we just get to the meat of it. But let's see what we got going on here, because this does sound a little wild.
I'm familiar with him, but I only know him as just kind of responding to other people's content. I don't think I've
Yeah.
ever seen anything breaking on that site.
He's very passionate about this case. And I don't know if he really does any other true crime. He's very zoned in on specifically Nichol Kessinger. So basically he has made it his mission, and I don't know how long he's been doing this. I mean, I just discovered him recently. But the dude has reacted to like anything that you could find on the internet about the Watts case.
Yeah,
And
you're spot. Yeah, you're spot on. I think I just don't enjoy him because it's not like original content. Or
well, we're not going to enjoy him together, my friend. No, I didn't mean that. Because I was just going to bring it up.
It's like watching like reaction videos. That's not my.
Yeah.
It's not my judge. But if he has something new that's nobody else has, that's different.
Well,
and that's the thing. He does a little bit of both, and I am definitely on board. I agree with you on that. And the more I'm thinking about it, I think he is the way that I found Kelly. But a lot of times, I will find the video on his, and then I can go to that creator to see their content. But he does do some original stuff, and there's maybe like 2 videos that I can think of that I thought were pretty probative and actually added to the conversation.
All right. I'm going to thank you so much, Kylie. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
We're going into a further discussion on Zwolki. Let's see. I just kind of was scanning through his transcript, so I'm trying to find some of the parts where I saw some.
Because this license plate does not exist anymore, but the past license plate, do you know who it belonged to?
Tell me, homeboy. Bring it.
Where did I put it?
Dude. The tip of your fingers.
It belongs to this truck.
Okay.
What other truck did we see this on? NK's dad. Hold on. Let me show you.
Okay, the dad.
Not NK's dad, but NK was had this at her house. I can't remember if it's NK's or her dad's.
Homie, you got to get that all together. That ain't the same truck.
Is that not the truck?
No, it's not.
Oh, wait.
I'm literally creeped out.
What's weird
with the thing on the back, like
I don't know what to think anymore.
The grill looks the same. I just don't know if one has
14, 2018.
Truck. He like dumps out his beer. Tonight we noticed something weird, which a couple of you guys are sitting down here in this great truck. He like dumps out his beer can, and then like leaves it there, goes down around the block, comes back, picks it up, and like kind of tears out of here. We're like, what is that about?
In a gray truck?
Yeah, he got his license plate.
Did you call it in?
No.
You're not going to have it still?
Yeah.
People drinking beer be doing that all over the globe, honey. But okay, let's see. Sorry. All right, let's see.
14, 2018.
Hold up, everybody.
Right.
Oh, Julie says it was the type of truck, not a picture of the truck. The type is very close. Okay.
All right, here we go. Sorry about that. Yeah. So now, just to say, I just see some people in chat. Zwolki and I are simpatico, okay? You know, we've had some words along the way about the right way of using other people's material and how it should be credited and these kind of things. And, you know, I feel like he's abiding and he's doing his thing and fine, right? So, you know, and everything that Crystal said, so fine, but he's doing his thing. So I just want to put a, you know, just speak to that. And, I've never played a Zwolki video on my channel. This is the first. You are all witnessing a first, but let's see.
Oh, all right. And here I am, like, you know, like I'm so big Zwolki fan.
And then like leaves it there, goes down around the block, comes back, picks it up, and like kind of tears out of here. We're like, what is that about?
In a gray truck?
Yeah, he got his license plate.
Did you call it in?
No.
You're not going to have it still?
Yeah.
Beer can DNA. He said he got the license plate.
So I was like, you're going to dump your beer can and then you're going to come back for it when the cops are sitting right there?
Right.
That was weird.
Yes. Welcome to our world.
Yeah. And then
They had the license plate?
Yeah, my
822.
Did you get a good look at the guy or no?
yeah.
He
Rough.
Was that Jim? Uh-oh.
If he did, it's fine.
he had like a backwards cap on.
Hold on.
Yeah.
You're not going to believe this. But I literally went and found, I had to do some investigations, had to reach out to a couple people that I know to find this out for past license plates, because this license plate does not exist anymore. But the past license plate, do you know who it belonged to?
Okay. I've just got to say, before I were to put, and I thank you for bringing this to me, personally for me, as I'm watching this, before I were to put any stock into this, and this is nothing about anybody, I would need for Zawoki, and I will reach out to him, I will email him after this, I would like for him to disclose the source, and maybe maybe this is forthcoming here, and I'm just not giving it time. I want to know where he put that information in. Who are these people he's reaching out to? Are those the sources he got it from? Did he do the research himself? Was his research corroborated by these sources he's reaching out to? What was the source that specifically was able to link the vehicle license plate number that he put in based on what these people are saying here to this truck that he claims is being linked to this? It sounds like what he's saying is retired license plate number, but let's keep listening.
Where did I put it?
Hey, Kelly.
It belongs to this truck.
Really quick.
Yes.
So a lot of those questions, after we watch the rest of this section, his next video from yesterday, and it's right at the very beginning of the video, so you don't have to search. He addresses some of that for you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
Yes.
it. All right, let's see what it says here.
I have a question.
What other truck did we see this
Wait,
on?
1 second. Hold it, because I'm sure it's a good one.
NK's dad. Hold on. Let me show you. Or not NK's dad, but NK was had this at her house. I can't remember if it's NK's or her dad's.
You weren't prepared for your live streams, Wokey.
Is that not the truck? I'm literally creeped out.
Does look pretty similar.
I don't know what to think anymore. Oh, a white topper, and they're saying a Ford, but it was at nighttime or dark time. So in the morning, roughly, what was that, 4:30, 5 o'clock when this was seen, or 5:40-ish? I'm off on my time. So
you can
this
refer to
is
the
getting
discovery
creepy.
and find out.
Yeah, that was the only weird thing we saw tonight. We're like, what?
Okay, so now let's go to the second video and check that out.
And this is where I was intrigued. This second video, that was fine. I mean, I understand all of the what am I going to say? I can't even think of the word. Oh my gosh, I can't think of it.
Questions in the methodology.
Yes, yes. I understand the skepticism. That's what I was going to say. I understand your skepticism on that, and so I brushed that off. But this part intrigues me.
All right, let's see. Let's do it. You brought it first, so what's the obsession? Congratulations. And welcome.
Woohoo!
Please go give a watch, a like, a thumbs up, a dotty. This is a video from Zawoki.
Use some information that I found yesterday into this one, plus the what WTF moment. So this is technically 11 WTF moments. But with that being said, before we go any further, if you guys could do me a solid favor and subscribe to my YouTube channel by hitting that wiper icon down at the bottom right.
Got it. We got to get to business, Zawoki. Got to get to business. Oh, you're getting me all flustered, Zawoki. Yum you. All right.
Hit that bell icon that we heard from the younger kid. Went through the database where you could put the license plate, the model, make, and number, whatever have you. Came back to the same truck, that the gray truck that we saw yesterday, which I'll post up here for you guys to look at, which is this one right here. We found out that it belonged to NK. Now, when you look it up today, because yesterday we were able to find out it was a gray pickup truck. Now when you type it up, it gives you this. Oops, this information is not available. when did they do this? Because yesterday when I typed this information, it came up to be a gray pickup truck. Now it says, oops, this information is not available.
See, I can't.
Is somebody trying to?
I can't trust that. I need to see it happen. I need more information. But if that really was gone, that would be remarkable. But I mean, our boy here, guys, let's be real. Ain't nothing against the Wokey. He's a nice guy. I've talked to him many a times. He gets flustered a whole lot, man. He can't get the words out sometimes. So I'm not trusting him typing in accurate information to conduct a search that is going to be absolutely groundbreaking when that information has been out there all along for this case that has been more studied probably than any other criminal case, period, full stop, in history.
I could roll this.
And Honey Bone, I will get you that plate number. I'll be doing the same. Go ahead, Chris.
I could row this boat alone. I literally need not one more piece of evidence that says NK was involved. I need not one more piece of evidence that says her dad knows.
Holy.
She cut him off in the interview. We saw the softball interviews. Clearly, she has a deal. She struck a deal before critical information was known. Maybe critical information was known. Whatever she brought to the table, whatever it was, hot rods, bods, information, bodies buried, whatever it was enough to give her immunity. And I think we just have to, like, there's a part of me that's like, there's some shit we have to accept. And we just have to accept that I do not believe there are things that we are uncovering that were not known by the Colorado CBI, Weld County. For whatever reasons, she has been protected. We know she is corrupt. We know she has a bigger role in this. We know if she didn't bury the body, she knew where the bodies were buried. Like, we know she might have been at the house Monday. There's an element of just accepting she's covered. Period.
Yep.
Yeah.
And to me, this is if this is what we're implying, to me, that's the most intriguing aspect of it. That we could be watching a cover up in real time. I just find it interesting that it was there and then the next day it wasn't there. I don't know the answer to that, but I find that strange. And I agree that it's just reiterating the fact that we know that she's covered.
She is,
and she could be watching.
Thank you for bringing me, because I never realized they actually read out, a license plate there. So Honey Bun and I are going to conduct a What's the Obsession style investigation into that license plate number, and you will be the first person to know the result of that, my darling.
Well, that's why I brought it to you. That's why I had to bring it to you, because if anybody is going to know it, it's going to be you. So
think about Nate's footage that was buried, where he talked about, Betty described the truck. Nate has missing footage. The alarm footage is suppressed. That might suggest somebody was in the house Monday morning after Chris was gone, as he kept pointing to the got it. So what for whatever reasons, just or unjust, she is covered. And what I don't know what gets her from under that covering. It's looking like nothing, because there's the amount of things pointing to her guilt, and the way she was allowed to speak to them, and the way she was allowed to not answer questions, and the way her dad was sitting there with her, although he's not a lawyer. Like, I can't take my daddy with, everything about this is wrong. The way her first interview wasn't recorded. Like, at some point, there's a part of me that's like, gotta let NK go, because Colorado did.
Just one second. I have to just address something. It seems like some people in chat are thinking they're like deleted, erased, hidden or something. As far as we know, myself and the moderating team, we're not trying to do that to anybody. So I just want you guys to know, if for some reason you feel like that happened to you, I sincerely apologize, and it wasn't intentional. And every now and then, yeah, sure, myself or a moderator could make a mistake, but sometimes it's a YouTube thing. So I don't know what's going on, but I just don't want anybody to feel that we're trying to eliminate you or not hear you, because that's not the case. So that's all I needed to say.
Yeller says, if she can stab a woman with no mugshot, she's been covered and protected. This ain't the first, third, or probably sixth time. When you bring your dad, you've been in some shit before. Like this is just who she is. I don't know why. I don't know who her family is. I don't know.
Well, when you bring your dad, there's a reason why. There's a reason why she brought him specifically, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know much about his background, but to me...
Yeah, because he's been there with her 5 to 10 other times. And it's always...
And what's his pull? We don't know. We could only speculate. I mean, the only other thing I think about is Anadarko. It's petroleum. I mean, what runs the world? What are the things? Petroleum. And they were
in the middle of an M&A, and as somebody who's done M&A work, you keep your image squeaky clean. You do not mess up the money during it. So she's like, there's a part of me that has to accept, like, she's never going to be held accountable. You just have to hope that she outruns her coverage. Not in this case. She'll do it again. She is diabolical, pathological, psychological. She'll do this again. The same way she stabbed, the same way she did all this. She'll do it again. And you just have to hope that maybe the tides shift. But as it relates,
maybe there's something worse than what already happened. I mean, gosh, I can't even think of it. But
probably shanked a child on a schoolyard. Who knows? It's going to come out, or it won't. And I look at everything that's happening kind of, I'm Black, as you all know now, but you have to be Black to follow what's happening with Diddy and kind of the downfall of Hollywood and all the names that's being sort of drug up in that. And I don't think celebrities have the best coverage. I think it's people sort of high up in business, high up in, like, when the casket's open, all the bones are going to fall out.
100% agree on that. Yes.
And she, I'm not saying she's Diddy, but probably maybe.
She's close to it. I don't know.
100% was at a party. She was at a white party. I saw her in a video. But I'm just saying, like, there's an element of there is an above the lawness until it's not. And like Epstein, like a Diddy, like R. Kelly, like anybody else who's going down in all of this, it'll come to pass, but it won't be with this case. And there's a part of me that's just made peace with that. And so that's why, like, my energy is like, how do we make these cases not happen? How do we make like a Shanann and a Chris divorce year one? How do we make them never get married? How do we make the families intervene? How do we make a woman take her 2 children in a pregnant body and get the hell up out of there like I did? Like, that's where my energy lies, because Nichol Kessinger's will be around till the end of time.
Amen. I have to segue into something else then. I have to pick your brains on this. And actually, Kelly, you kind of started this for me going down this path. And I don't remember if it was a video or a live stream when you were discussing who was in the truck, who left in that truck, who was alive in that truck.
Right.
And there's just little pieces of information that I'm thinking about here and just wondering, do you ladies... So, okay, I actually sent Kelly an email on our birthday because I had no idea that the girls were not in car seats in the truck.
Oh, yeah, no, you couldn't.
And that actually changed everything for me
Yeah.
I have a 3-year-old that is basically Cece. I mean, they are kindred spirits. My 2-year-old or my 3-year-old is a spirited child. She's got lots of energy, and she doesn't sit still. So when I hear that, if we're to believe that both the girls were alive and themselves in that truck without car seats, Bella that entire night knows that mommy's coming home. According to Chris, she's coming into the bedroom prior to her coming back, asking, "Is mommy home yet?" So she's anxious and awaiting mom.
Yeah.
Then there's Cece, who is Cece, and she's got lots of energy. She's spirited. She's a daddy's girl. Now you put these two little girls in a truck with their mom at their feet, and you're telling me that they just sat there nice and quiet the entire time? They didn't move. They didn't try to get to her. They didn't try. I don't buy it. And I just can't see or picture that going the way he says it. And the other part is I have now watched that footage, that the CCTV. When does he bring Shanann into that truck? When? There's never a part where you see like a shadow struggling. I can't picture or imagine how he was able to do that so seamlessly. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, absolutely. What do you think about that, Chris?
I just sent Kelly a video of my 2-year-old. He said that I ran an orange arrow, and we got into I literally just sent it to Kelly. We got into a massive fight. It wouldn't stop. He was like, "Mom, I'm angry at you. You ran a red arrow." No, orange arrow, not red. It was orange. I ran a yellow arrow.
But really torn up, Chris. You better not do that again.
We were going straight. It was green. It was only if you were turning left, you had the
I got you. I
understand where you, Kylie. I live this.
Yeah.
Having a toddler puts a whole new especially when you're living in it, you know. And then when I'm living in it, in this moment, it's all fresh to me. And now with this perspective, I'm going back to this case. Everything it seems so different to me.
We'll go look, don't take us down that rabbit hole. I will just say this, and as succinctly as possible, I don't think Cece was alive for that ride, and I think Bella was drugged, dazed, confused, and Bella was also a lot more introspective. I believe she might have been alive, and I believe that's why Chris has the reaction that he has, and he's only had for Bella. He doesn't have it for Cece. Look at the sentencing, look at Dodge Correctional. It's the only time there's anything about him remotely human. No, Cece would have been Liddy City that whole ride, like asking
Sitting still? No. Sitting still? Absolutely not. If my daughter is not in her car seat, the seatbelt's not going to do it.
I have a video I put out. I'm putting the link in the chat right now. It's called "What Happened in the Watts Basement," and it answers the questions you're asking right now. And the answer to that is, unfortunately, and Chris is trying to say in a certain way. I have tried to say it a certain way because it's really hard to say. I think Chris and I believe the same thing, that Chris Watts did try to take the lives of his beautiful little girls at the house. Whatever happened to Cece caused her to not, be as herself again. Like maybe it was lack of oxygen to her sweet, precious little brain for too long. I don't think she was very interactive. I think that's why Chris can only talk about what Bella says in that car ride and at surfing and things, because she was the only one who was saying anything. We all know if Cece could have, Cece would have, just like you're saying, Kylie. So unfortunately, the answer to that question is the hardest thing to possibly think about for me in this whole case. And it's that on that car ride, when Bella, didn't protest other than say it smells like a skunk, she was just terrified out of her precious little mind.
Yeah. I mean, and I agree with everything that you just said. And the only other question I have is just, once again, Bella's attachment to Shanann, her anxiously awaiting her arrival that night. How was she being placated to have Shanann at her feet like that? And I'm not trying to big Zwokey into this again, but one of the only original videos I've seen him do is he did some type of diagram putting Shanann on the floor and then the girls in the truck, and
It's
just
such
the way that they're seated, it's just,
Yeah.
again, I just can't imagine Bella not trying to get to her at all. But I don't know.
And unless she was not in the same capacity as Cece, but incapacitated at some point or medicated to a certain point, but also stunned at the time of the morning.
Right.
We don't
Disoriented. Yeah.
oriented in shock. Like there's, any number of things, but like I
And
said,
all Chris's convoluted stories aren't helping matters. I mean, we've heard all sorts of things from him. One of them being that the girls were running around all around the house crying.
Right.
So it's confusing.
He can say whatever he wants to say.
It's very confusing. And that's what he's trying to make it confusing with all those stories,
But his face doesn't betray him because he doesn't operate the way the rest of us do.
Yep.
And so you have to watch his face, watch his body language, watch his facial expressions, watch his leg shaking. He shook when his dad spoke and when they talked about the injuries to Bella in terms of her biting her tongue. Like the body will betray you even when your mouth is lying like a mother.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the $1 million question then, ladies, for both of you is, do you think that she was there that morning? And if she was, what role did she play?
Kelly, it's your channel. You answer first. I'll answer and I wouldn't give a dang, but I don't platform.
This is, kind of unfortunately. Oh yeah, Old Yeller, you can come up. Sorry, here's the link to panel.
Yay. We're just speculating with buddies.
Yeah, right.
I'll do it all day, but this is Kelly's platform.
This is like the question, right? And I think it partly because it is the question, I don't want to, even in my own mind, like have an answer that's just like a sub-in that I take lightly, because I want to know. I want to know everything about that. And I think she was there at some point for sure, because I know the veracity and the reliability of that cell phone information is, I put out that video that we had that analysis done by, bona fide cell phone experts that can say that cell phone pinged in under all they can do to get as accurate as possible is to give you a certain range. And the best range that they can give to have us understand is that it was under 300 to 400 yards of the Watts house, right? Well, I mean, that in addition to everything else is like good enough for me. I mean, she was there to some capacity at some point.
There's in one of the sermons on the porch, Chris offers up some information regarding, well, she wouldn't have gone out the back door because there's no cameras out in the back and whatever else he said. And I'm going back to my suspicions on whether or not Shanann was even in the truck or put in that truck. Do you see a scenario where they were taken in two different cars, or Shanann was brought out the back? Why was he addressing that? Why was he giving up that information? It just seems so specific to me. And people tend to tell on themselves.
100%. But you also have to think that Chris had been sneaking in that house for the last month. while Shanann was gone, because she would get alerts if he went through the garage door, etc. So I think he had been using that back window, even just in coming back and forth from Nicole's house, just in their casual day to day.
And he talks about that in his letters to Cheryl and Cadel too. He says that he did that.
100%. I believe the reason that we don't have the access to the Vivint records is because there's something in the Vivint records that and as somebody with I have a tier 10, I guarantee you my security system, I know when you move, when you set off certain motion detectors, and they had motion detectors, they had doors, like they had the garage door opened when nobody was there. This is just my belief. Kelly, mute me.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, because I wanted to ask you about that.
But there's a part of me that believes that there's a possibility that NA not nefariously path crossed or almost crossed with NK's path very, very closely.
Oh, I think that's possible. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
I don't believe that when Chris left, that latch was on the front door.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think when Shanann came in, she set that latch. I don't believe that latch was something used all the time because Cece was so wild. I don't believe that.
Right.
So in this scenario, is she left behind then? Because then there's this whole other part that I've gone down the rabbit hole on, is how many minutes that he had to do everything that he said that he did at Servy. And it's just not adding up for me. Actually, another channel did a really great deep dive on that, just
I know.
breaking down the steps.
I heard did a really good deep
Oh,
dive.
yeah.
I love her channel. She's great. But for me, like I personally believe. Listen, here's the deal. I'm going to be within 2 minutes of this for sure. Okay, I believe he had 47 minutes at Servy 319 uninterrupted, where there were no phone calls coming in or out, no text messages coming in or out. Neither of his phones were attended to a straight 47 minutes. And again, I'm with a 2-minute margin of error there. I'm almost 1,000% sure of that. So and then, just at the time, when that 47 uninterrupted minutes is up, he does things like he starts to send the staging text to Shanann's phone. Hey, if you go and, where are you? Or you whatever those words specifically.
Messaging his coworkers to say, what time are you coming?
Exactly. But and so people will look at this block of time, say if it's like 115 minutes, say it's an hour and 15 minutes from when he arrived there until the first coworker showed up. And people will say something like, oh, but there were 25 text messages or whatever the case may be. It's all about how you look at the information. When you look at it on an accurate scale, on the space-time continuum, there were 47 uninterrupted minutes of that man's time that he had alone at Servy 319. Do I believe that 47 minutes is enough to do what was done? I do.
Yeah, he was thriving too, Kelly.
And he was thriving, man.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He was burning. Hey, Kelly, I have a question.
Yes.
The steps that are in the discovery, are those just from his work phone? The steps that were recorded there?
Okay. No, there are steps from both his work phone and his personal phone. And if you guys want to get into that, I've already done all of this research, and I did a few live streams on it, but I can find all of that for you and we can talk about it. I mean, it's really interesting. People don't go into it a lot because you have to do a lot of work to understand it.
I have so many questions. And yeah, I've been going back into your videos too and watching everything that I can and listening to everything that I can. And maybe I have watched that video, but everything's blurring together at the moment. But
It's
okay,
really,
that makes sense.
yeah.
And that last deep dive that I watched, she said the same thing. It's very difficult to break down that information. There's just so many factors.
That's right. It is. That's right. It is really difficult. And I have to watch that video because I really like Unapologetically Me. I just haven't had a chance to watch it just yet. But I'm definitely
She's my neighbor.
Oh, that's awesome. She's great.
Chicago representing.
Yeah. She's terrific. But and I think she does really great work, but it just, and again, it's how you look at that information. And when you look at that information, and what I try to look into it using as much is close to a scientific method of analysis as possible. And when I get as close as I can to analyzing it with using a scientific method that's just, just laying out the facts to be the most raw data points they possibly can be. What I find is that's the only way you can look at it, is to say he had 47 uninterrupted minutes, and he did. That's the truth, So, yeah.
I don't know. If you think about the case in Boston with Michelle, whoever her name is, what was her last name? I know it's
Which one?
Remember her last name. The girl who essentially was convicted of bullying her boyfriend to commit suicide.
Yes.
Yeah.
Michelle.
I know who you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah.
I think Nichol applied an incredible amount of pressure, an incredible amount of know-how, maybe some medical power, maybe some manpower. But was she dumb enough to get in there and dirty her hands? I don't know. And if she was, everything in me tells me that she was not supposed to be there. And remember, Chris says in his interview, she wasn't supposed to be there. And she ain't Shanann, because Shanann lives there. And so I don't know if she popped up to see, like, are you handling business the way you said you were going to? Are you she was at the house Monday. Did she bury the bodies? I'm unclear of, but I think she was there for cleanup 100%. Why are we not checking? Why are there blue gloves in the house where there are no blue gloves anywhere else? There's just so many things. It's like, duh. And that's why it's like, for me, sometimes just, it's hard to talk about, because it's like, of course she did. And if it were anybody else, anybody who looked like me, anybody who didn't have a prominent family, our asses would be toast. But she's not.
Yeah.
It's it's triggering for me in many ways. And this is maybe not the platform and explain why, but her whole life and what she's gotten away with and what she got away with here triggers me in ways that I can't.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, entitlement is a word, but that's not even the word.
Not even entitlement.
So far beyond. If
you were anybody else, if you were 95% of us, certainly if we had the same complexion, certainly many other things, your ass would be grass.
Oh yeah.
Ladies, I'm sorry to interrupt, but Old Yeller's trying to get in here, and she's commenting, and I just want to tell her something this way because it's easier. So basically,
I'm gonna bring Old Yeller up.
Yeller's bomb. I'm looking at her comments, and I'm like, yeah, girl.
I was looking for stuff. Hey, Old Yeller, how you doing?
Oh, there you go. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, she's good.
Yeah, we can hear you great.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Okay, good. I wanted to make sure to get you up here. She was having some issues. No, that's perfect.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think that they what they did, if you don't mind, do you mind if I say what I think they did?
Oh, no, please. I'd love for you to. Go ahead.
And you remember when I come on here as dropping these pearls, I'm still the same channel. I just
Whoa, okay, got ya. Okay, gotcha. I do
Yeah,
remember.
I love your background. I love the background. So
Thank
pretty.
you. Thank you. So I was thinking that they set her up on purpose to set off that charge to upset her because she would see that charge at night at the restaurant and all that jazz to get her worked up, because the plan was that she was going to supposedly kill the children. And also, she was put way in the back with that shallow grave on purpose because she was supposed to blow from those things. Now, her NK is, what's it called? Shit, I forget the name. Anyway, not a rocket. Anyway, so that's why. Pardon?
A shithead, whore, horrible human.
Yes, all of those things. Also is like some kind of a bigwig at his plant. So she was the one who gave him that option to go to that place that morning, which was supposed to already be shut down. But if it blows up, then you get to count it off and not pay for it. So it's a little different. That's why his boots, his brand new boots, were in that very secret compartment of Shanann's car, because they were going to throw his boots out and take her car and take off. But I think that they put Shanann in a wagon, like a red wagon. They parked Nicole's fucking truck, like in the back of backyards, took Shanann out the back glass door, put her in a red wagon and took her through the backyards, put her in the back of that truck until he could get his truck ready to drive around the corner and go get her. That's what I think.
Yeah.
I like where you're going with this, because that's what the back door is seeming more and more plausible to me.
I mean, if he was sleeping down there, but also I think that they jumped Shanann because she's a fighter. And there's no way she would have taken that sitting down. But I think that he did try to kill both of the children first, but he failed with Bella. So I think that Bella heard the screaming and came running down. And then NK was like, no, I'm handling this. And she chased Bella all the way upstairs. Bella hid underneath the bed. And that's why that trauma dog hits underneath the bed. And
Yeah.
it's a smothering where that lip is ruined and that part is ruined because it's a different mode of death because somebody else did it. And then I saw on many channels, like I said, I've watched like 50 channels on this, but there's a friend of the family of Shanann's family, and she makes a big deal about everything. She like doesn't like anybody talking about this. She wants everybody to shut up about it, but she's talking about
Christina?
Yeah, she said Jim was there that morning. But then when I even looked at the timeline.
Wait, who said it?
I don't know what
Christina, is it?
Is it like grandma something or something like that? She calls herself. It's like she's best friends with Shanann's mom.
Oh no, that's Nicole Atkinson, maybe.
No, Shanann has a friend
Oh.
who has a YouTube channel, and it's in, I haven't done this for like 6 or 7 months. I don't think I was on your platform for 6 or 7 months now, but all of for some reason, Shanann's been on my head lately, and I started rewatching all of my stuff again. And I have about 50 channels that I've checked and gone through, including Frank Rudzik Jr.'s channel, including all of those tapes, including all of the 2 men that were in prison with
Right.
The
Yeah.
first one wrote a book too.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So there was the most recent book, and then there was.
And then that other guy was what, Dustin or Justin or Dylan? Dylan. It was Dylan. And
Dylan Tallman. Yeah, he's the most recent book.
He's the most recent. Yeah.
Yeah.
And in his book, doesn't Chris say that he puts her at the back door? In one of the versions, he says that he puts her by the back door before going out to get the truck. Or am I mixing something up?
You know what else, though? I think he keeps saying Shanann, because Chris Watts is somebody that, you tell him a plan, you got to tell him, but he's going to get that plan. So when everything went awry that morning with Nichol Atkinson calling, and I looked, man, I made a whole poster board, and every single text or call was like 2 minutes apart that day, like over and over and over, whether it was Shanann's friend, Shanann's mom, NK, police, the work, anybody, like everybody kept texting him. It was really under 2 minutes per time. You said that he had 45 minutes to himself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is he going to put those little girls? You know what I mean? There's not
That
enough.
seems like nothing to me, especially digging the hole. And that's another speculation I've had. That had to have been done prior or with help.
Or it had to be. It had to be. It had to be.
I've had to dig a hole before. And I'm telling you.
It was shallow on purpose because she was supposed to be the one to light it on fire. She was the one that's supposed to be flying all the way back there. And like I said, they put her on a sheet because I've been a nurse's aide and a nanny and all this shit. I'm a mom too, but you could take somebody from a sheet, move them here, move them there, change your diaper, change your bed, do this, do that. So it was the quickest way to move her around too. So that's why they had her on the
That's
sheet.
how you move furniture. It's like the same concept, basically.
Yes.
That sounds horrible, but everybody understands what I'm saying.
Exactly. And I really think that NK was, or not NK. Yeah, NK was on, I think when she was on that oil rig before, I feel like she was with Jim, and I feel like he was married and she messed up their marriage, and he lies to his woman and says, no, we don't talk anymore, but then he's still with her. So that's why they keep bringing up, leave Jim out of it, leave Jim out of it, because they've already hurt Jim enough. So he's already lying to his entire family. He shouldn't have never been there, but he was.
Right.
I'm forgetting Jim is also, quote unquote, my neighbor, but I had this really eerie thought today that I realized that Chris Watts is literally about 2 hours away from me right now, and that is very freaky.
He won't be there long. He won't be there. I think her dad wants it to cool down with those books that Dylan let out this summer. It's only been 6 months since he let out those books, and that prison is meant to hold somebody for a certain amount of time and send them somewhere. That's what that prison is for. So they're going to send him somewhere really bad, because I am positive her dad is definitely going to take some revenge on him. And you know what else? With him, the way he is, he's got to be thinking, okay, she has a baby now. She's got a different family. I'm sitting here in prison. Like, it's just a matter of time.
Gonna start eating at him. I mean, it's been 6 years now. And
6 years. What was it? August 13th or 14th? When was
August 13th, 2018. Yeah.
But if we're to believe Dylan, she's placating him by still communicating with him, which is also, in my opinion, if she is, a manipulation tactic.
Yeah.
And wouldn't she have to?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she would have to talk to him if I'm putting myself in her shoes.
She has
But speaking of placating, so that is one I do believe that. Well, I don't know what to believe, but a part of me wonders if she needed to be in the truck if the girls were alive in order to placate them.
She was in there at some point because those a roll of trash bags were on the bottom. They weren't on the seat. They were on the bottom in the front. According to him, if Shanann's in the back and the girls are in the back, then who the hell's in the front? And why didn't you set those trash bags right on the seat? Who wants their trash bags rolling underneath the passenger seat? Nobody, especially somebody who does stuff like that every day.
Now, I wondered if the phone call. I wondered if the phone call to Jim in the morning was just the start of the cover up or alibi. I was thinking,
Or
like
even
she was already starting it.
Oh yeah, all of it. She's already thought of all of this. They knew Friday night when they made that purchase with his card. Come on, they couldn't use her card. They couldn't get a gift card. Are you serious? They did that on purpose to set her
It
up.
was deliberate. It was deliberate, in my opinion. Yes.
Because she's going to call up Nicole Atkinson. She's going to call up her dad. She's going to call up these people. And that nut thing, it just happened. So, of course, she's going to be really upset and have to get home. I got to get home. You know what I mean? So they already did that on purpose.
Well, and NK really goes into it too in her interview. I mean, she does give quite a bit of detail about how she was aware that he had used a different card, and oh, he wasn't using his prepaid card, and I did notice that he used this color card this time, and
right.
we all know that she was creeping on him immensely.
17th,
But
the year before 2023, right? September 17, 2023 was her first Google search on him. And it was also the same day that she got roses and all that stuff on Facebook saying that from her husband. Remember? Wasn't that all the same day?
No, those were different. The first Google search for Chris Watts was on August. It was right around maybe it was August 7th, 2017.
Okay, I messed up my numbers.
For Shanann Watts was September 1st, 2017, and none of them have corresponding Facebook videos.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. And the flowers came after Shanann did the Thanksgiving video where somebody was sending her the meme faces.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's
Yes. You remember that? Oh my God. She kept acting like nothing. She kept going, After I watched that and I did my own video on it, I said like 1,000 times.
She was bothered by it. Yeah, she was really definitely bothered.
people really seem to be on trying to figure out if he belonged to a gym or not. I've noticed that recently. People really want to know if they met at the gym.
I saw that too. That they met.
There's been a lot of that going on that I've been watching anyway.
But I think to remember though that as much as NK wants to play highbrow, moving on up to the east side, she was in an MLM too. Yeah, like you sold Audubon, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
So,
but Crystal, she's not like other girls. She doesn't need that stuff. She just needs flowers. She doesn't care about all the gifts and everything else. But she also wants to know if you have a 401k.
Right.
But you spent money to make money. So to me, if there was even in if I look at my algorithm, I don't have Facebook anymore because of the shit that used to pop up. And I'm like, who is this? Why do I know them? We're 3 connections deep. But if she was trying to do the same thing for her MLM, I believe she ran across Shanann first. I'll never not believe that. I don't believe she looked her up. I believe that algorithm, somehow Shanann's videos and what she was pumping out and posting, she saw that first. They could have been at a fair together. I actually believe she ran across Shanann first and somehow developed a infatuation with Chris/Shanann's life subsequently. I believe she ran across Shanann first.
According to people that knew her, they say that she had a pattern of doing that. And we don't know what we can believe, but
sure,
people have said to come out of the woodworks and have said that she's had a history of going after married men.
I thought that she met him a month prior at some kind of work party because she's kind of one of the leaders of that company, but also, because we're dead. But also keep in mind, her dad rambled off his phone number in that interview. I don't know my son's wife's phone number, and that's his wife.
I thought he just said.
Wait, whose phone number?
Didn't he rattle off Chris's phone number in that?
I feel like he just. I was surprised because I feel like he knew the area code. He's like, it's that. It's that he knew the area code. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I pay for both of my kids' cell phones, and we have so many cell phone codes in Atlanta now. I couldn't tell you my kids, and I pay for it every month.
I wouldn't know.
Do you think that maybe she showed her dad all of their interactions and communications, and he was, obviously not the secret calculator pictures, but maybe he was familiar with the area code because it was in his mind's eye. He had been looking at it, and maybe he was the one, all speculation, that told her, yeah, you got to get rid of this.
I mean, she shanked somebody and her dad was there to fix it. So probably like
a friend of his.
What's a bikini and some boobs after you've stabbed a human?
I think they walked in on her naked or something. Wasn't she boning somebody when she was supposed to be babysitting and they walked in?
Probably.
And the woman lost her shit and she grabbed a knife and she
that's
probably
her dad has been playing Perry Mason for many years for her.
Yep.
In her boobs ain't nothing. Like,
that's the way that it's like your lawyer. You have to tell me everything so I can protect you.
Damn
it!
Well, that's what it seemed like. He was a lawyer.
Yeah,
he was her lawyer.
Except he's not. That's the only weird part.
Yeah.
You can't erase all that iCloud. Who the hell? First of all, she had two phones. She had an iPhone, but she also had the other kind. What's it called?
Like a track phone?
No, like the opposite of an iPhone.
Android.
So she had an Android and an iPhone.
Okay.
You can't erase that cloud. How the hell can they come in and be like, yeah, I don't know what, it's all gone. I don't know what to say. It's just all
I firmly believe they have all of it.
They have it.
They do
have
have
it.
guy has all of it. Rourke might have it on his coffee table as a book.
Yeah, no, we have confirmation of that on this channel. They have everything.
I follow a lot of cases, and this is the only one I've ever heard them say that they don't have it.
They have everything regarding the SMS style text messages. Okay, they have all of that, every single bit of it.
Shit, if we know it, if we know these things, if we know her Google searches and stuff, what do they know?
Everything plus some. So that's why I say we just have to accept they know what she did. Her dad knows what she did. CBI knows what she did. I believe Tammy Lee is pissed because I don't believe Tammy Lee is. I don't like her in many ways, but I don't think she wanted that case to end. And so that's the part of me that I'm like, my in protection of my sanity, I can't freak with her because there's nothing we can come up with that's unknown. We can just share it with other people to be like, look at this injustice. Where did the Oxycontin come from? Oxycodone that showed up in North Carolina that made
that was either what the dads or the sisters, right? Yeah.
But
so do you think if they couldn't actually arrest her, the next best thing to them was to throw the discovery out there and in turn throw her to the wolves? Because sometimes when I see what people say, I'm like, I would take prison over the vitriol, honestly.
I think they gave her immunity too soon, and that's not uncommon.
She
and
doesn't have immunity.
Jen Soto.
I say that as somebody who testifies as an expert witness in many criminal trials. Sometimes they give immunity too soon, and people who seek those immunity deals know I got bodies buried literally and figuratively, and they go for the deal, and once the deal is done, it's done.
Okay, but isn't she not considered that? Doesn't she have a special name? It's not a protected witness. It's like a special name. It's something other than that, or else she would have been lumped into everything.
But you also we're not as a public, we're not privy to who has immunity. They don't have to disclose that to us.
Right.
I thought they called her a specific kind of a witness, and I can't.
Whore. But they. But
I know what you're talking about. I can't think of what
I mean.
What it is. But yes, I know exactly.
Evidence, state's witness. There was no trial though, guys. So if she was, you would never know.
Yeah, case closed.
There was no trial.
How about all those men and women that had to take those beautiful babies out? Do you imagine the PTSD that you would have trying to take out a little girl in a nightgown degloved?
That is what makes me sick.
All of it.
Can I be candid about something? And I'm not trying. I just want to throw in some personal experience. But I unfortunately in 2020 found one of my best friends gone from an accidental overdose in his house.
Oh, I'm so
And
sorry.
he had been gone for maybe, you know, a few hours at that point. It was not a violent death by any means, but that was the first time, you know, I had ever seen a body outside of the funeral home, and it's extremely alarming. The trauma is there, and I always just kind of put myself in that place whenever I think of what these people had to see. And I cannot even imagine.
Well, I'm very sorry
And-
you had to go through that. That's truly horrific.
What's the detective that they retired or
Yes.
Baumel?
His story makes me so sad. I feel for that man.
But I also think
he couldn't leave his house.
No, but yeah, I think
I couldn't either, honestly. And then the same cops had to keep going back to that house over and over again with the next family.
I think they retired. They retired Baumover because I think he was like,
he had to
"This is
retire.
bullshit." He knew they retired him. It's
Oh,
different
they
from
retired
him
him.
retiring.
Oh,
I
God.
think that he is a good human.
Yeah.
And he saw what was happening on both sides.
I agree with you.
And he was like, absolutely, I will not participate in this. I think Baumover, does he have PTSD? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Was he retired and probably sent off nicely and
Yeah.
probably had to sign an NDA in that sunset? Yes.
Yeah. You want to know what weirds me out, though? Those text messages between who's the detective that was speaking with Nicole?
He got fired. The one in the park that kept his phone in his pocket and all that crap.
Why were they texting each other like all throughout the night? And those texts really weird me out. She's texting him at 2 a.m. Oh, hey, so-and-so, I remembered something.
I know
Well,
it's late because I was about to quote 50 Cent and Lil Kim, so don't ask me.
Your sister, get out, child. Oh, don't forget also with those rake marks and all that weird shit around the batteries, and why was that there? So I always wonder, like the rake and the stick and all that stuff, and the stick was used to pry open those things. Now those batteries had to have been pried open hours before because of the fumes. You can't just open one of those things up and decide to put something in it. So
well, we actually have an oil field expert here in our chat. He's one of
oh,
our-
yes.
We talked about this before. So, Kevin, what do you think about that? Would the thief hatches have to be opened up hours before? Would it be possible for them to go and, just open the thief hatches while they were there? Say we're working in that 47-minute time frame.
And does it matter how full they are?
They weren't the same amount of full either.
I know,
right?
that's what I was
Like this
asking.
one like this.
And I know,
That's what I
Kevin,
was
you've
saying,
answered
does
these.
it matter
Kevin's
how
such a
much
good
is in
sport.
there?
He's answered these questions so many times, but
Thanks, Kev.
they're always a little bit nuanced. He says, no, you just walk up the stairs and open it. It's just like that.
Really? So there's no fumes that come at you with that? That's strange.
Well, yeah, there are, but I mean,
What's a couple of brain cells, Chris Watts? I mean,
maybe they wore the same masks we wore in
Isn't
2020.
it small, like 8 inches or something too? Isn't it extremely small?
yikes.
This is the part that I can't
one leg.
really, like I said,
Now,
like,
Kevin,
if-
did he
I
put
don't
them
care
down
who-
on the top, or are you talking about when you say thief latch?
he said there's
it's
one
the
latch.
side one.
There's one latch.
Because there's a side door too, right? Isn't that how
Yeah,
they?
Kevin, I can speak for Kevin on this. I think Kevin, tell me if I'm wrong, because Kevin's the one who got me to understand
8 inches. That's what I thought. 8 inches.
So this is hey, bye, keep an eyes peeled. Thanks for coming by. So Kevin described it to me because I was like, how could they, possibly fit in there? Think of, this is how Kevin described it to me. Like, if you're, putting a clothes hanger through, you're hanging a shirt and you're just kind of like trying to like work the hang. It doesn't look like when you're looking at a shirt hanging on a clothes hanger, it doesn't look like how'd you get that in there? You kind of have to like, manipulate and finagle and and manipulate the object through what you're working with.
But their skin didn't show that, did it? Are there marks on their bodies like that? I know
that was absolutely.
There
Yeah.
was,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't know
Yeah.
that there was rips and tears or whatever and bruises like that I had seen. I didn't see that. I saw that the oil went through the
Wait, let's not go any further into the graphics of the autopsy.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, like I said, I'm gearing to be near in tears, but it
Yeah.
just, however they ended up there, whoever put them there, like that's where for me that like that Shanann ended up in a field, that those girls ended up in a tank, that a mother and father ended up in a space where they couldn't see their children,
Nico, all of it.
their final resting. They couldn't see them. Even
Well, and you have to wonder why. Why? Because obviously it wasn't about a hiding. It wasn't that he wanted to hide them. If Shanann was out in the open the way she was, then there had to be another reason as to why the girls were where they were. And I know people speculate and say, all right, maybe he even said that he wanted to make sure that they were separated from Shanann. But then I've also heard a lot of people speculate on covering DNA on the girls.
Well, special interest groups have interest in those things, you know what I mean? And if it blows up, it's a lot different than if you just say, this area is no good no more, we got to sell it, yeah. If it blows up, then you get kickbacks and all that other crap, don't you? So I think that this is not a one-man job. Chris Watts is not this intelligent to be able to figure out, oh, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do... It's not him. He's a pawn.
Yeah, it's a matter of intelligence. I think it's a matter of all of a sudden your family has been annihilated, and oh my God, what do you do with the remains?
I just can't wait till
I struggle great. I mean, maybe it's because I just am too I'm just too pragmatic.
Are you a Virgo?
I don't know about. I am.
Me too.
And guess what, ladies? Kelly and I are Capricorns, December 30th.
Which is
That's the Earth sign.
You guys are our soul sign. My niece is a Capricorn who I raised, and we are like earth signs galore right here.
Yes,
so
yes.
It may be hard for all of us. For me, I think it was a man, and this is where I hope Kelly keeps going with her series, because as we talk about that, God, I know it's late because I can't even think of the word, the ultimatum. I think the ultimatum was multifaceted, and I don't believe, spoiler alert. Should I keep going, Kelly?
Yeah, come on.
Spoil it.
I do not believe that the ultimatum was your wife or me. I think that's too simple. I think over those weeks, she had collected some receipts. I believe they dabbled in some things. Medicinal.
Girl, yes.
Illegally drugging.
Maybe
also sexually.
Yeah,
sexually.
Taped.
Maybe some dark things that we'll never speak on ever again.
And you have to remember, she Googled his parents' address on that last night.
She Googled his father's name, but the Watts residence address on
She
that
Googled the Watts family address in North Carolina.
No. She Googled Ronnie Watts, but then she Googled the Watts address in Colorado. So that Google search included Shanann Watts, Chris Watts, Ronnie Watts, and 2825 Saratoga Trail, according to the Discovery.
Well, in Ronnie Watts, she would have come up with the house that they've lived in for 98 years.
Sure. Oh, of course.
So, but I believe that the part of this ultimatum was not just you lose your wife, you lose the respect of your family, you lose the respect of your father who battled drugs, your family still is in the deep South and allegedly religious. Let's say you dabbled with me and Jim, you lose, like, that's a big deal here.
Yeah.
Don't underestimate that. I believe that there was an ultimatum. I believe Kelly is spot on, but I believe that ultimatum was loaded because I don't think he gave a damn if he lose Shanann, or maybe he was on the fence if he gave a damn. But remember, Chris cared about what people thought about him.
Yeah.
More than anything.
And think about what his father thought of him. That's the only person I think Chris actually truly loves in life.
I think so too.
I say it every time I'm on this panel.
Yeah, you do.
When Ronnie Watts dies, we'll finally maybe know what happened.
Yeah, we'll find out what happened then.
But the fact that his father was Google, I think she had documented enough of their escapades to say, hey, even if your wife leaves you, your family's going to leave you too. And I'm going to give your wife enough ammunition so that you don't have your kids. I believe that ultimatum. I believe that the reason that they changed Lazy Dog locations was due to cameras, not menus, because I made a point,
the same restaurant.
I made a point to eat at the Lazy Dog, and it was the same as the Lazy Dog that I looked up at another, like we have one here in Georgia. I do believe that and I'm not saying like it was an Anadarko conspiracy to blow up. We're gonna blow up your family's house. I believe Chris cared so much about how he was perceived, and he had done so much in his mind and maybe in actuality dark things with her that was a part of the ultimatum. Yeah, you can leave me, but look, I'm gonna give your wife everything she needs to leave you, and I'm gonna tell your parents who you actually
That's
are.
a really good point.
You just blew my mind. You just blew my mind.
I try to blow at least one mind one day.
Mind you, do you think that she contacted him? Are there records of the parents' phone calls too?
No, but I think they knew about her. But I
wonder if she like sent him a little something, and then
I don't think so. I don't think that, but
like to be like, hey, I told your dad hi, just so you know, I said hi to your dad.
She would too.
Playing the ground rules,
yes,
like
she
I know
would.
your
And
dad
then a
now.
picture on the sand dunes with her hot rod, bods, lips, whatever it was. But I had the very best time. I believe that Nicole was out to win. She was out to win. And I understand that mindset. I'm going to win. And if you don't choose me
at all costs,
you know, you can pick your wife, but I can make sure she doesn't pick you. I can make sure she takes those girls and run. I'll send it to your dad so he knows exactly who his prize boy is. I'll send it to her parents. I'll send the shit to Anadarko so you don't have a job anymore. So once they know you're on drugs, you think you're still going to be allowed to check oil wells and all the other things. I think that there was a ultimatum packet.
Yeah.
Well, your ultimatum theory is officially mine now because that makes all the sense in the world. I get dependent personality disorder with mommy issue vibes from Chris Watts. I can understand exactly where his care about what other people think about him. That's very obvious, and it doesn't always have to be narcissism.
He cared what the
extremely dependent. He's extremely dependent.
Yeah, but he cared about what the detectives thought about him.
Yes, he did. And they played that. I have to say that I think Graham played that really well. I love how they talk down to him almost like he's a child. I don't know if anybody else notices that, but
yeah.
It sounds condescending to me, but it works for Chris. I would.
Fantastic job with him.
Yeah,
I think he did too. I really do.
But as Kelly goes down this ultimatum, that's why I wanted to bring in this. You had this bonding moment with your family that you haven't had in almost a decade. Like you're as close to them as you've been. You're confiding in them about you're ready to get, divorced, and Shanann's the bad one. And now they could be on the verge of seeing like you dabble in X, Y, and Z. He was on something on that porch on the Sermon on the Porch.
I don't think so, man. I don't think so.
I do.
She really plays up the whole, oh, be with your people. I'm going to be the exact opposite of Shanann. I want you to be with your family. Family's important, but that is all such an act, man. I mean,
it's a gone girl,
Cute.
girl. He
Yes,
needed
girls
him.
are cute.
He needed him to fall in love with her, but I think she was threatening much more than his marriage at the end.
Yeah,
She was threatening his
agreed.
job. Because do you think if Anadarko knew he used drugs, he could work at Anadarko? You think Shanann wouldn't have every ammunition she needed to get those kids full time?
What
drugs? Do we know if they were drug tested?
Yeah,
were they drug tested?
They were not.
No, there were no.
Oh, interesting.
Which is. I can only speak for the state I live in. Is protocol with inmate testing.
Yeah. Wow. I am shocked by that.
Into custody 2 days after. Kelly, you can bow out of this. I will take all this heat because fire me. Nobody knows who I am. I believe when he was on this sermon, I believe that they were on I think he was on benzos. Heavy benzos. I think he was on
his eyes. You're right.
He was on Adderall.
Allegedly.
Opioids. I could just say I believe that's the same as allegedly. I believe in Santa Claus, whatever. I believe he was on opioids and I believe that they had experimented with meth and other drugs. And I think she might have had receipts of all of these things.
Methods are very different.
Let's not go too far into the topic though.
Yeah,
Because,
yeah. I don't know about all that, but
I just say I believe that he experimented. I don't believe it was just a pill here and there. I believe they experimented, and not just with medication. I believe they experimented with dark magic and dark crystals and sex magic and all sorts of shit. I think she opened him up to a whole new world. But here's the thing. I think he would rather his parents know he was on drugs than, hey, I liked Jim for one night.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
You don't look up double pennies for nothing, you know?
Right. Like I like let drugs aside. I just believe she got enough on him in that time and maybe documented enough of it.
Blackmailed him. She had to. She had no choice, you know. That's her game. She's been
who liked her and she could ruin my whole life. That's like
she did ruin his whole life.
She did, but he didn't know that maybe on the 12th. So it was like, because I believe she might have laid it all out. Kelly, I'll wait for your ultimatum video. But I don't know.
It's that's cool. It's my theory is this whole week was this whole week from when they returned to North Carolina until the day of the annihilation that she was just laying it all out for him. This is how it's going to be. Yeah,
laid it all out.
From the day he left that house. And she goes, "How dare you?" And then claim that she made 2 dates. I don't know about you guys, but I'm not a dater.
He wasn't on eHarmony
for a long time, but no one doesn't show up to free sex. You just don't.
No, free sexes.
Yeah, who shows up? Who doesn't show up to free sex grinder app or whatever the hell the app she?
Right.
No one. You show up. You show up.
Yeah, like and if you get rejected multiple times, you got to take some tough looks in the mirror in your brown bikini. So I he wasn't on eHarmony.
Crochet ass bikini, man.
Right.
But I do believe that ultimatum was loaded, and I think
that's a good point.
Far beyond pick your wife or pick me. I really do. And if for somebody like Chris who acceptance and perception, I mean, he was managing perception of you only agree to that interview if you give a shit what people think of you.
Yes.
You only agree to that interview because there was nothing.
And he doesn't want us to think he's a bad person.
Absolutely.
He had like 5 interviews that day. Weren't there like multiple interviews?
I just think of the one of him in that Tar Heel shirt and
the one where you hear the trauma dog in the background.
Yeah, and he was gone.
He was doing this.
He looks faded.
I will speculate on the drug, but he seemed subdued, sedated, and gone and detached.
And faded.
I agree. I
could
agree on
not
that.
conjure an emotion or tear if he wanted to.
Like he was
Pupils don't lie.
told to him all this that week. He was replaying everything that was told to him, all the things, all the years of what a good family is. When he said, I just really want them to come in, and he said something like
Barrel rush me.
Chicken nuggets.
Me.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
The two stories that he had to pull from, that he had ready, the chicken nugget story and the barrel rushing.
They barrel rush Shanann, and I think that they repeated that whole week. We're going to barrel rush her. We're going to barrel rush her. And that's where that came out of his mouth, because you don't barrel rush. Little girls don't. That's not a term for them. They were what, 3 and 5?
I think that was his term, but I do think when he came, well, he picked him up from school, so who the heck knows? That's a whole different path I won't go down at this point. But I do believe that he was very present in their caregiving.
Hi, Kevin.
Day to day. I do believe that he.
I think so too.
He did what he was told.
Huh?
He did what he was told.
Did what he was told, but I think what he was told was a lot. And I think that he was an integral part of the fun part of their life, if there was any, and the awake part of their life, and just the daily care of them. I do believe that.
Like he was the bitch of the house, basically.
Not the bitch.
He was on automatic.
That's the case. I was the bitch in my marriage. The primary caregiver.
Yeah.
Just imagine how world shattering that was for Shanann when it did start to change, because
Kelly, what did we
he
talk
really
about?
did everything that she wanted him.
Kelly, what did we talk about earlier?
I know. Yeah. We were.
Kelly and I had a conversation earlier as I excavated some things, and I said, Kelly, I believe she wanted to save the marriage, but I don't know if it was about love, perception, or if she was just very, very comfortable. Like, I was married to a man who knew nothing about our house, not the mortgage company, not the gas company. And so if you're married to somebody who does baths, bedtime, my kids can come, my friends can come from out of town, leave their kid with you, and she and I can go to Vegas to a Thrive convention, and you'll take kids. Like, he
Unheard
does.
of.
I'll cook, you do the dishes. He
Men
did the
don't like
laundry.
that.
She did
Nobody
not,
likes that.
she said it was in the videos. She didn't like drying clothes, so he had to hang them and fold them. If you have somebody that, I would rather lose my husband than lose my nanny or my laundry person. I actually lost my husband and didn't lose my housekeeper or my laundry person. Like,
because you got your priorities.
I got my priorities straight.
Well, it's very clear the type of women that Chris really did surround himself with. And the other side of this is the fact that Shanann is also somebody that liked to win, and she.
Oh, yes. But her and Nicole, those were fight till the end.
Like, she didn't know she was in a competition. She thought she was in a competition maybe with his parents, but
I don't believe that. I believe because Addie said, go through his phone, and if you see another bitch, let me know and I'll fight her. And she was like, no.
She's such a killer or something, like crazy.
There was a mess with Christina, and this was the one that, and for those who don't know, and if you listen to Christina's interview, they go back to North Carolina. They actually worked at Dirty South together. They've known each other forever. Christina does a Meacham, the one who came and stayed with her when she had her surgery.
Yes.
Christina is the one who says, oh no, he's not cheating. Fast forward a month later, Christina does a very delicate dance. And here is the exact quote. And Christina goes, there's more to this. I'm certain of it. Shanann, his parents, period. Christina says, that's it. And Shanann goes, question mark. And Christina goes, his parents controlling how he feels about you and how he reacts to you, that's too big of a change. It was like
Ding, ding, ding.
We're playing 20 questions with her. Addie said it outright. Several friends had said, do you think there's somebody? And she could say he has no game, but she also said in multiple messages, it's not just communication. It's not just his parents. So it's like,
there was a lot of demasculation though going on too with the he doesn't have balls comment. That was happening a lot too.
Even with the oops, I did it, we did it again. She had to have those made. You know, she set him up. She knew he didn't want to be on camera. When they got engaged, she had professional photographers and shit on the beach already. So the family was like, what the hell's going on around here? What are we on stage all the time? Why they do it? Because Shannon believed in putting her best foot forward, showing how great everything was. But the truth was, you know, I mean,
which is kind of where I was going with the ultrasound earlier. It's kind of that same concept. You know what I mean? It's just a picture. It's the picture to post, basically. If that makes the 3D ultrasound.
Sure.
It's image.
Like,
yeah, I see. I actually think she needed it to be a boy. I think it was bigger than an image because the 3D ultrasound was never posted on Facebook. Mostly because I think they because they were going to wait because Chris wanted to wait till Monday, and Monday she was. Her life was ended.
I thought she went on Wednesday or something like that. She went by herself.
He went with her. He went with her, but allegedly Nicole Atkinson got the envelope which had the gender in it. But then
he went with her after getting the key to NK's house that day. Wasn't that the same day?
The ultimatum video that I just recently put out. We just kind of watched it.
I'll watch
it.
it.
Explains
I'll watch
it all.
I'll watch it. Yeah.
Well, on a lighter note, I've always thought that Chris Watts was over 6 feet, and I just found out that he's a short dude, and it literally changed everything for me. I don't know why that is such a big thing for me, but I've always imagined him so different, and now it just seems so different for me. I thought he was like 5'8" or 5'9", or am I?
He's like 5'8" or something like that. I believe
He's a short dude.
If a man says 5'8", it's 5'6" and 3/4.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm 5'3", but I for some reason always like my guys over 6 feet. I don't know why, but for some reason I just always imagined him to be tall and a little more of a presence, but. Yeah. I digress.
Kessinger says that when Kevin Kobach's going over her messages with Charlotte, you're like he's like joking with her. He's like, he's short, and she's like, well, that's not something I said to him. And he's like, oh, I know, I'm just picking on you,
That's I think where I found out it was her text between her and Charlotte when she said something. Well, he's sexy, but he's short or something like that. Yeah. But what were we? So I'll think of it. But yeah, that was my little side note there.
Yeah.
And I'm forgetting what you were saying. I'm sorry, Crystal. What were you talking about before? Because I wanted to say something and now I'm forgetting.
Before you
said something. I know. There's so much to talk about. I just love listening to you. I love listening to everybody's series. There's so many of them, and
I don't know what part of the theory it was.
Your ultimatum is officially going into my theory list.
The ultimatum is multifaceted. I don't think the ultimatum was, I'm going to leave your life or you choose Shanann. I think that she was, I think it was you fuck me over and you will lose those girls. You will lose Shanann. Your family may not love you anymore. You won't have a job.
Well, really, he had that coming from both directions.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this. Do you guys think that 111-minute phone call that she was actually somewhere talking to him, or was she playing cleanup crew?
I think both are plausible. I honestly am open to either.
Nothing had happened to clean up yet because Shanann's plane hadn't landed yet. So,
well, the pre-setup,
I do think she could have done
setting it up.
by
The setup, because even after the murders that day, when they came, all that shit was up against that little side garage. Because Shannon's father fixed that garage, and that's why that code didn't work. He was supposed to come back and fix it again, but only Chris knew that, and Nicole. You know, and Kay.
And then he pretend call the security company about certain things.
Yeah, nothing's against that garage again. On the second time back, when they walked through, there's nothing else against that garage door. So somebody came and moved everything. And what? How long did they make him? How long did he say I'm on my way? Like an hour and a half? And didn't he say something like I stopped at some dumpsters and I did this and that?
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
I have one more question for everybody. As far as Chris's attempts to end the pregnancy, do you see that as something that he could come up with on his own?
No, I'll answer that question. No, it's
I was going to say, Callie.
Yeah.
Sorry. I asked the hard questions.
It's okay. This is sort of forthcoming, if you know what I mean. But it is not something. No, it's not his idea. That's proven. That's a fact, and that's known by some powers that be.
Okay.
Yeah,
I believe that.
I was going to say I don't question it. I don't question it. And like I said, the fact that there's not a person in this world that doesn't believe that she didn't know Shanann was pregnant. And she talked about only looking for a space big enough for the girls and him, which makes me wonder, when did the girls become part of the plot?
You just took the words out of my mouth. That's what I'm wondering. When did Shanann become a part of it?
I believe that if she went with the accidental, termination, so be it. But I can't figure out when the girls became.
What was the end game though? Once they blew up the place and Shanann and all this shit and the kids and they drive off in Shanann's car, what's the end game? Like what?
They would be happy for 14.
$1 million question.
They would be happy for 14 weeks.
Wow, you're generous.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I don't think he liked her anymore by the end, and I don't think he was attracted to her anymore by the end.
No, that last week, I don't know if it wasn't
I
that
don't
he
think
wasn't
he did either. That last week.
There are certain things too, I think, that we have to consider from like a experience standpoint. Shanann was his first, so Nicole was second. When you don't,
it was the idea.
Well, the idea was, I thought my first was amazing till I slept with my second.
Well, if you've got a man who's been with one woman for 10 years and this other broad comes along talking about Pornhub and let's do this and butt sex and double
starts turning cartwheels and aerials,
down some dunes and make out, and let's go here and make out,
and then you have another wife who, that they were married and there was condoms, and I just think that
you're right.
If I were talking from a therapy standpoint, I don't know many married couples that use condoms. I know some women can't do the hormones, but I'm just saying I don't know many. Me personally, that just could mean I just don't know that many.
Could be
people.
wrapped up.
I'm going to be blunt. I don't know a lot of people that do either, because there's so many other. I mean, obviously there's protection from STDs, but most people have other forms of contraception these days.
The reason why
get my water out. Can we do Sub Rose's backdoor beauty? Because I literally just spit water all over my equipment. So let me clean it up.
Backdoor beauty. Let's see. Oh, geez.
Do we have confirmation that Chris was a virgin going into his marriage?
Yeah. Shanann was his first.
Really? I've never heard that.
And his mother said it. I don't know if she told Sharon. One of those people she were talking to who ended up not being a great person said it.
Yeah.
I
he
thought
said it
he
in
had
not
a
so many
girlfriend
words.
before that. Didn't you,
Yeah.
Kelly? Didn't you think he had a girlfriend before that?
Do we believe that
Well,
though? I
dated
don't
that
know.
married woman, but he was like
Yeah.
a
I believe that
I
Shanann
might
was
come plunge my toilet, because if I had a do boy, I would send him a list of like my damn knob just fell off my laundry room door. I'll make you a nice meal.
I listened to recently this last week. It was a live that Christina did with Shanann, and she's talking about how she gave Chris Byrne the patch, and then he did, he vacuumed the whole house, and he did this and he did that, and she was going on and on about how great it was that it was something that she was able to use to get him to do things for her. So it kind of, maybe you should get somebody some Byrne. Hey, question. What happened to, I'm always interested, and I'm not always interested, but I've been thinking recently, I wonder what kind of effect this all had on Thrive, the product itself, and if it boosted it or if it took sales away.
I don't know if it's still, but in the immediate aftermath, soared.
That's what I thought.
And that's how she reached. So Nicole says in one of the messages with her and Cassie, like, girl, you're 200K. Shanann wasn't then. She was 80K, but she became, because her apparently with an MLM, your family can take on your legacy, but her family,
I didn't know that,
met and surpassed 200K within weeks of her dying. And they didn't maintain it. None of them maintained their status, actually.
I was going to ask that next. So none of them continued on with Thrive, the ones that we know of that were connected?
Cassie did not. Cassie, Jesus, I'm talking a lot. Cassie had some, and even though Cassie was the one who was like, send the cops. So Nicole,
Yeah,
she wasn't playing.
She was like, we're going to kick down the damn door if you don't tell me.
Yeah,
I don't care who you are. I love that. That's like one of my favorite things.
Yeah, something happened with her in that group that she left Thrive. She left them and she left Thrive and went to another MLM.
Let me ask you guys this. Do you remember there's a lawyer, and I don't want to say his name because I don't want to sue me, but he did a video on this murder, and he discussed peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. And he was talking to his brother who was like in a different country, and the brother was like, yeah, I remember the peanut butter. There were no peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in anything, was there?
What are you talking about?
Exactly. What the hell was this guy talking about? Is it lawyer? And his name?
And this is Lost Island, and why it is what it is.
Lawyer Bob or something like that. I'll send it to you, but it's nuts. He actually discusses that the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches is what drove Chris into a rage.
Oh, because they're talking about Nutgate. That makes perfect sense.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
It was ice cream and bowls of nuts. It wasn't
No,
even.
There were no bowls of nuts. There weren't even nuts in the ice cream.
Yeah.
It was Walmart vanilla ice cream that has the label that everything has
ice cream
produced on.
So why does Shanann's mom keep talking about bowls of nuts?
Because
that's one of the versions of the story that I've heard, that there was bowls of nuts that were put out.
Why would she ever make that up? But why?
I don't want to go back into Nutgate because we talked about that a little bit earlier.
Oh, sorry. I just think that's really weird.
Yeah, it just comes from which perspective you come from. But you guys were asking about who's still involved in Thrive. When I was doing my most recent, MLM video that I put out a couple months ago, I came across this. So this is just like a little 2-minute thing. It's one of the newest from Thrive, and you'll recognize someone or two.
Perfect.
And I thank God every single day that Thrive came into my life. One of the things I think that really helped with my success is that the products work. Yes.
If you're not sleeping good, I got you. Whatever you need, trust me, it is going to be so much easier than you've ever anticipated.
What do you want to do with this life that you have? If you want something different in your life, you've got to be willing to jump out and do something different. When I say that this company has changed my entire life, I mean it from every single aspect.
This business lets people create their own reality. It lets you decide what you want and then go after it.
Extremely overweight, 245 pounds. I've lost 95 pounds total.
This experience, Thrive, is for everyone, 18 to 80.
This woman, she was a tired mama. She trusted me, and now she's going to be a Lovell millionaire.
Everybody wants to help somebody feel better. You lock arms with people that have the same passion and the same love, and just, it's a thriving community.
Diagnosed with breast cancer, and I can tell you I wouldn't have got through with that process without these right things.
I love you. The community is what really kept me here, and it's absolutely what I needed.
We've basically been living like our best lives at such a young age, and it's like, that's not normal. Yeah, but it is here.
I wake up, I eat, and I breathe Thrive. I saw the money, but more than that, the freedom, the lifestyle. It was in that moment that my degrees weren't enough, and I wanted to create something that nobody could take away from me. I finally was at a place in my life where I'm like, no, I deserve that, and I'm going to go get that.
Yeah. So we saw some Addie Maloney there, and we saw.
It's like, that's not.
I love you here.
Hey, Kelly.
Yes.
How did Thrive or Lovell, how did they navigate the situation? Did they honor Shanann's memory in any way, or did they try to capitalize on it in any way? I'm really interested in that.
They paid for the
they
funeral.
They tried to. What's that?
They paid for all of. As somebody who my aunt lives 10 minutes away from where they're buried, I've seen their resting place. It is elaborate, and as somebody who paid for her dad's tombstone, I know what tombstones cost, and they have a very it's
gorgeous.
It is gorgeous. It is sacred. It is hallowed. It will break your heart into 50 million pieces. And I've never cried in public like I've ever cried at that gravesite in my life.
The only one that got me crying that was Susan Smith when she did that to her kids. That one.
That bitch put her somewhere with no pay.
Man,
You better believe I watched that Pearl hearing.
But Thrive did pay for that, and
okay.
There was
Then in a public face, they cut ties, which is understandable. I mean, they this is my understanding. They really intentionally tried to cut ties from the story, which again, I mean, from a business perspective.
How do you cut ties with the story and then give her
so intertwined
her $200K placard?
Yeah, I mean, because they earned it. I mean, because then they want them to earn that. I'm not sure.
And that included her mom, her dad. That included Frankie bringing him out to Las Vegas. He was scared to fly.
Frankie went to Las Vegas?
No,
Yeah,
he never
they
showed
were
up.
there to accept it. Yeah.
Not the brother never came.
That's what I'm talking about.
He wanted to drive because he doesn't like to fly, apparently.
Oh, okay.
He suffers from depression real bad, man.
And maybe some sort of anxiety, but he doesn't enjoy flying at all. And so they were going to fix his car for him to drive out. I think, I mean, I have a view of MLMs that may not be accurate. I just think they're bottom feeders, and so I think they saw a spike. It is undeniable. It is recorded. It's documented in their record.
Yes, that's true.
It was going to go one way or the other. So,
especially her team and her what quote unquote downline.
Oh yeah. So let me be clear. When I say publicly they cut ties from the bad press of this case, because that is, but they capitalized on what there was to be capitalized on. Don't get me wrong on that.
See,
It's not like they struck
I don't know
down
how you put ties on this publicly when the money information starts coming out and all of that. Like I think they were like, hey, there's upside and a downside. And
Well, I can send you some information on this. I think but they, like places where Shanann did appear in their literature or whatnot, it seems that she was, I feel bad because I feel like it's because Shanann loved Thrive so much. I feel like it's being like disrespectful to Shanann, but it seems like they, removed her and apparently there was some leak in the word that it was intentional, and I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I could be wrong.
That answers my question. I was going to ask if they honor her memory at all at conventions or how they.
No, I don't think there's like a Shanann award or like
Nothing like that.
No.
Wow. Okay.
I think especially now with the thought of maybe what the MLM did to contribute to the demise of this family, not that the MLM is responsible for her death, but just
it had a lot to do with it.
The environment that this family was living in. I think they want nothing to do with it.
She wouldn't have done all those videos roping him in if she wasn't trying to peddle their shit. So yeah, it's not cool.
The financial decisions, even
all of it.
Yeah, the financial aspect of it seems to be the most important part of it. If we're going to say Thrive is an aspect as to how and why this happened, but
yeah,
it is the dynamic of being so public of her lives every day. I mean, this is my social media. I don't do Facebook, Instagram. I don't do lives, with that way. And I'm not looking down on anybody that does. I'm just a different person, but I could understand how that was affecting the dynamic between Chris and Shanann. I mean, that's obvious. So
is gonna affect the dynamic of any marriage, relationship, anything. So yeah.
Or the kids. I mean, and that's just a whole another part of it. But yeah. Wow, I'm learning so much tonight, ladies. Thank you for answering all the questions.
And if you want to know more about the dynamic, with Thrive and, what Chris Watts had to say about it and what we know, regarding how Thrive, that MLM, did impact their relationship. Oops, I'm doing the video right now, but I will put the link to
where I'm going.
Here in the description if you want to watch it at some point.
Thank you for
I know what I'm listening to in the morning.
Here it is. I think this is the good one. I feel like I'm proud of this one. I did a lot of research.
That was great. And I think you having worked with an MLM brought in even a whole new perspective.
Yeah, thank you.
How you can understand the compensation plans in a way that I never would be.
All those vacations were paid for, the cars were paid for, but you gotta keep
vacations weren't paid for.
I thought the vacations were paid for.
No, you got to get yourself to the vacation unless you qualify for travel, which most of the time you don't. And
right.
Did she though? Because her dad said all the vacations were paid.
It don't matter what their parents said. They didn't know. I broke
they didn't know.
I have this video and there's a couple other videos and I promise you, and we can talk about it another time, but it's such a big topic. It gets really big.
Yeah. But if you go even to the Thrive site, it'll tell you have to qualify for the trip and then you have to qualify for the travel. But there were trips where they went multiple days early, stayed later. None of that's paid for, or they would go and stay when they went to, I think it was, I don't know if it was Dominican Republic or Mexico. I
thought it was something like that, like Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic.
It was Dominican.
This is just like MLM fact.
They stayed at a different hotel and then moved to the Thrive Hotel afterward.
Yeah.
You have somebody like Christina Meacham who comes from Hawaii who has to start traveling 3 days before the conference starts to be comatose when it actually starts. So it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's where she lives. Oh, okay. Wow.
And the car's not
Used
paid.
to.
The car's
Yeah.
not a promise paid.
Used to.
You have to make the quota every month.
Yeah.
Every
Well, she was putting in the work. It's not easy.
She sure was.
It's not easy. I mean, she knew how to sell. I'll give her that.
Was she putting in the work, or was she putting in their money? Because it's a delicate balance, and I'm not saying she's wrong for doing either. Because if you have to spend $600 or pay an $800 car note, take the $600. But like that's rough every month to be like, hey, your car isn't paid if you don't, and it's hard. It's like it's a strong leg, which I never heard of till I started this case. It's all these things. It's like it's not just meet the numbers. It's what your team is doing. It's can't take too much from Kelly because she's selling a lot this month.
And I explain that all in my video that I
am digging in. I am digging in.
Arbonne does the same stuff. I
Very
was in Arbonne. They did all that same.
Arbonne's exact. That's the one that Nichol Kessinger was in for a short time.
And that's where we found her.
Oh yeah.
Video, honestly.
Maybe that's where they ran across.
Wait, can you give me a quick synopsis on that? She was in an MLM?
Yeah,
just for a very short time. She was involved with the company called Arbonne.
Arbonne. It's a Switzerland-based.
Oh yeah, sorry.
It's basically like makeup and health stuff. So shakes, all of that, the pills to get your energy going, all of the same stuff.
Would they be considered a competitor then?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Do they sell supplements or do they sell
They do
skincare?
sell supplements. They sell protein shakes, supplements, all of it now.
Skincare.
They even sell something that you could like rub on yourself to normalize your hormones and everything. Like their makeup is their strong suit. The makeup is where it's at. But yeah.
Do we know when that was? When she was a part of that?
No.
That is really intriguing. As far as how she met or found them.
It was late 2016, early 2017.
Okay, that is a little uncanny for me. That's interesting. If we're gonna speculate on where that September 2017 search came from, and I going full circle back to whoever said it earlier that they believed that she knew she found Shanann first.
Yeah. Chris was saying.
Wow. Ladies, I have to sign off because I have an early morning tomorrow. I just want to say thank you so much for having me again. I really appreciate all of you. I'm learning so much, and thanks for listening to me ramble.
I appreciate you, Kylie. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Your channel?
I have a TikTok, but I know more. So no, I'm not a channel right now.
You got to top again, girl.
Yeah. I know. YouTube scares me a little bit. I was just dipping into the TikTok world, but we'll see.
Oh. Well, hey.
So for now. Yeah.
Send me your TikTok link, and I'm sorry if you already have, but yeah.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
It's over. It's closed, right? You can't use it now, right?
No, as of yesterday.
It's back up.
It's back up?
Yeah, it's back up right now.
Okay. All right, I'll send it. I'll send it right now. All right, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, sweetheart. Have a good night.
I'm going to go too. So thank you so much for taking the time again, Kelly. I appreciate it. And your guests, thank you. You're both highly intelligent women, and thank you for spending time with me. And thank you for being obsessed with it because we need to do this.
No, there's still a lot of questions to answer, and thank you for, coming up and contributing, and I really appreciate it.
I would love to even like give you my videos to play and talk off of too, because I do them with the attribution, so I don't know if people can screenshot them and stuff. Because
Send me. Can you email me all your stuff?
Yeah.
Thank you. I would appreciate it.
I'm in a bad way right now, and I'm in a real bad situation. I really need help, and I really need to get monetized eventually and stuff. I'm homeless right now, so it's been bad. I got a bad car. Car broke down, and then I found out my cancer's back. So I'm.
Oh my God! I'm so
really
sorry.
Stressed out a little bit.
Oh, I don't blame you. I'm so sorry. That sounds very stressful.
Oh man.
I'm sorry that you're going through that. But email me. Do you have my email address?
I do. I'll email you. So
Kelly, you don't have my email address, but Kelly, give her mine.
Okay,
look me up on my channel. It's Old Yeller, and I got my email address.
Oh, you have your own channel. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a channel. But so thank you so much, everybody, and thank you for the chat, and thank you for everybody who spent time with me tonight. And I wish you all the best, and God bless you all. Thank you so much.
You too, my friend. And definitely email me, and I'm going to try to grab your channel right now.
I will, girl. I will. Thank you, sweet girl.
Peace. Peace. And I hope everything gets a little easier for you. Let's talk though. Okay.
All right.
Oh my goodness. Well, we hit on a whole lot of things, didn't we?
Kelly, I think I don't know if we ever got to the ultimatum, but we got to it. But that's the thing. It's like you either have to stay laser focused or you.
I know. It's really hard. It's really hard. But you and I will talk, like tomorrow. But I do have to wrap up because I am getting so freaking tired, girl.
Me too. Here's my problem. Every time I join your thing, it's like a shot of triple espresso, and I'll figure out how to go to sleep in the next 20 minutes. But
I know. And there's just so much to think about. And gosh, and there's people are asking such great questions here about like the Vivint information, and Laura made some good comments.
I was trying so hard to keep up with this is my first time watching the chat and StreamYard, and I'm trying so hard to like keep up with it.
Yeah, no, it's there's just so much to be addressed. Oh, thank you. The four person format worked well. Thank you. I appreciate that. I enjoyed it.
Well, thank you for inviting me, Kelly. And my sign off is NK was involved. She did it. She was there. When I say did it, I mean she's the catalyst. She's the force that sent the boulder downhill. She'll never be held accountable for it. I think there's an element of like acceptance that, I don't think UDA is going to do anything different. Like I said, my whole thing is like, how does this not happen again? Because two people who have no business being married can be married, they can have kids, and they can divorce, and no one dies.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah.
And that is that's my goal. My goal is to keep women alive, to keep, moms with their kids, dads with their kids. It doesn't have to end like this.
That's right.
And as much as a train wreck that I believe that this relationship was from Genesis, it didn't have to end like this. And this may not be the format, and I'll continue to work and figure it out. And this is what we work out through our class, and I read it through papers.
Yeah.
I don't want this. I want a Shanann to walk away. I want a Chris to walk away. I want a Bella and a Cece to thrive, maybe living in the same town with their grandparents, because I just don't want this. And it doesn't have to happen. And there are 50 million exits before you get to this. Take one.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh my gosh. Such a good message. Thank you so much. That was such a good message. I couldn't possibly say it better, and that really is, when, people question, all this talk about this case or true crime. I mean, there is, in a way, I understand that observation, but it is also a little short-sighted because everything you just said is at the heart of it. And what is more important than that?
That's all I care about. I don't care about the brown bikini. I don't care about that bitch. I don't care about anything except for keeping children alive, and not just alive, but thriving.
Yeah.
Kids don't have to grow up in dysfunction and grow up in households that stifle them. And I believe that maybe these kids grew up in a toxic household because their parents didn't know any better. Like that is that's the thing. And so get mad at me about what I say. I don't care. Come to my house, fight me. I don't have don't mess up Kelly's platform though. She can just fire me. I have lost two family members to domestic violence.
Oh my gosh.
Luckily no children were involved, but there were so many exits, and we all looked away and we all talked it down. And that's the mission. That's the bigger, that's the greater good. We can dissect Shanann. Was she perfect? No. Was Chris perfect? No. Should they ever been married? No.
Right.
But nobody should be dead.
That is so beautifully said. I just can't even thank you enough, because what you just said, I feel like, is what I have been trying so hard to say just right ever since I started this channel. And you really just said it perfectly.
Thank you, Kelly.
Yeah, no, I mean it. Like, really, that's it, man. So yeah, kudos to Chris, everybody, and our other guests. But what she just said, I think, was just really just fucking perfect. So thank you.
Yeah, I just never want anybody to think that I'm dumping on Shanann. I'm not.
Right.
At all.
It feels so bad when people,
ever
react like that, because it's like, I just want you so badly to understand it's not that.
Nope.
Miss Ann said, best episode yet. Thank you, Chris.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
And then Kylie says, is it Crystal or Chris?
I'm both. My name is Crystal, but friends call me Chris. For a long time, I was scared of hiding my identity because of the work that I was doing. And any conflicts, that work is done. So I feel a little bit, I can show you my face now instead of my dog. But it's still very scary to me because this work matters to me. The mission matters to me. And I never want to say or do anything that is demeaning, degrading, or cheapens what we're trying to, what I think could be the outcome. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
But my name is Crystal.
Well, thank you, Crystal, my darling, my friend. And I'm hoping to have Crystal, be on panel more often. So it's where else you can find her. I think that's forthcoming, but hopefully places, because I want her to
forthcoming. I am nowhere right now. I am my kid's Uber driver right now, but I'm going to be somewhere soon.
Well, girl, play hard to get or something here, I'm just kidding.
I am nobody. Nothing.
I'm just kidding. That's great. Oh my gosh. So, all right, guys, I'm going to be signing off too, because I am darn tired, but I just appreciate the heck out of you, Chris. Thank you so much. This was just such a great discussion. And
thank
also
you, Kelly. Thank thank everybody in chat. Like I've kept going back and forth. You guys have so many thought-provoking questions. Thank you for challenging my assumptions, challenging our assumptions, asking the hard questions. I appreciate it. It makes me better at what I do. This semester is going to be fire with my course. So I appreciate you all. And Kelly, I appreciate you. I try to give you your flowers. You handle this and navigate this. It's such a delicate balance. And it's hard to lean into maybe the most meaningful things.
Yeah.
Because you have that rope to walk that I know the rest of us don't have that tension. So thank you. Thank you for sharing your platform. Thank you for being thorough and just doing everything with class and with intellect and with empathy. And yeah, you're top notch.
Well, thank you, girl. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me. So yeah, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. And, I just want to go back to everything that Crystal said in the last few minutes, because that really is what it is all about. And I know that most of you are here right now and listening right now, know that and understand that and appreciate that and connect to that in some way. And I thank you guys all for being a part of that. Yeah. All right. So, all right, guys. Well, I am going to peace out now too, because it's getting damn late, but it's been fun.
Y'all.
So much, and we'll see you soon. Love y'all. Remember, be good to yourself. Life is hard. Be good to yourself above all.
That part.